Chapter 85. Duan Tian regretted it. If he knew earlier, he wouldn't have saved that 800,000 silver. But now, for the sake of 800,000 silver, he was about to lose his life. Little Fei, Kerr. I haven't had the time to dote on all of you. I don't want to die yet. Duan Tian, looks like even the heavens want you dead. You didn't even investigate clearly before wanting to kill me with an offensive inscription. My defensive inscription, Crystal Wall inscription, was bestowed to me by the senior patriarch that year. Who in the older generation of the Li clan doesn't know about it? Li Tai walked over in large strides, and every step seemed to be a talisman that hastened Duan Tian's death. Duan Tian picked up his sword once again and stood ramrod straight, not saying a word as he waited for Li Tai's arrival. Even if he wasn't a match for Li Tai, he would still fight. Even if he died, he would die heroically. An awe-inspiring aura stretched out from his body. It was an unyieldingness that would rather die than submit. Li Tai was moved once again. The cold light in his eyes grew deeper. If this kid doesn't die, then he'll surely be a great calamity. Bang! Li Tai's palm followed like a shadow as it flashed towards Duan Tian. Whoosh! The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Tian's hand swept out to intercept Li Tai's palm. Slap! Li Tai's palm slapped down, slapping the sword flying, and his momentum didn't decrease as it pressed towards Duan Tian's chest. Above him, 110 ancient mammoth silhouettes moved with a thunderous momentum. The strength of an 8th-level Origin Core stage martial artist fully exploded out. Feeling the oppressive and suffocating aura, the corners of Duan Tian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Am I going to die again? But in the next moment, the ear-piercing sound of a saber accompanied by Li Tai's shrill cry caused Duan Tian to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. In an instant, he felt a hand on his shoulder, pulling him to the side. He focused his eyes and looked. Presently, Li Tai's right hand that struck out with his palm was severed at the wrist, spraying out hot blood, and his body was thrown out over 10 meters due to inertia. Duan Tian looked at the person who saved him. He wore tight black clothes and wore a demonic mask. The blood trough of the crescent blade in his hand was still dripping with Li Tai's blood, grade 8 spirit artifact. With just a glance, Duan Tian could tell the grade of the crescent blade. Suddenly, Duan Tian discovered that the eyes behind the black-clothed man's devil mask flashed with a trace of a smile. So it was him. Duan Tian was shocked. You're from Phantom. At this time, the pale-faced Li Tai who had stopped the bleeding looked at the black-clothed man with fear. The black-clothed man ignored Li Tai. Instead, he looked at Duan Tian and asked, "Now, are you going to issue a mission to kill Li Tai? If not, I'll leave." Duan Tian rolled his eyes at him and said exasperatedly, "Of course. You've been hiding at the side to watch the show, haven't you?" The black-clothed man laughed dryly and strode out. Above him, 120 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly appeared, like dark clouds covering the sun, with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Ninth level of the Origin Core stage. Li Tai's face went pale. 1 million silver, 1 million silver. I'll pay 1 million silver to buy Duan Tian's life. Li Tai panicked. Not to mention him who had lost his most important arm, even if he was at his prime, he might not be a match for a 9th level Origin Core stage expert. In my eyes, his life is far worth more than 1 million silver. The black-clothed man replied to Li Tai. Li Tai's face went pale. Flee! He didn't dare hesitate and turned around to flee, transforming into a string of afterimages as he executed his movement technique to the limit. However, the black-clothed man's speed was even faster, like a ghost, catching up to him in the blink of an eye. A strand of white light flashed past. Li Tai's body trembled and flew out. His hands tightly clutched at his throat, but he was unable to stop the blood from gushing out. The dignified Li clan's grand elder ended his life just like that. Meanwhile, the black-clothed man took off his mask. It was precisely the medicine store's manager. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised when he saw the black-clothed man's true appearance, because he noticed it long ago. However, the black-clothed man's cultivation still gave him a fright. 9th level Origin Core Stage. Such a cultivation was comparable to the Li clan's patriarch, Li Ao. Manager, I've known you for so long, but I seem to still not know your name. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered as he stared at the black-clothed man. During the day, I'm called Tang Anyu. At night, I'm Tang Ying, codenamed Blood Moon. Tang Ying smiled. Tang Anyu. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. No matter what, it was difficult for him to connect this name with the ghost shadow assassin who killed decisively earlier. The inscription you used earlier was the Blood Crescent inscription? Suddenly, Tang Ying looked at Duan Lingtian and asked. Exactly. Duan Lingtian nodded. You inscribed it yourself? Tang Ying asked again. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded once more. Tang Ying glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, then sized up Duan Lingtian. I really want to capture you and dissect you to see what other secrets you have. Duan Lingtian's expression froze. There's no need for that. I want some Blood Crescent inscriptions. Tang Ying suddenly spoke. Sure, but you have to prepare the materials yourself. Besides that, I'll charge 100,000 silver for each Blood Crescent inscription. A trace of craftiness flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes. You. Really ruthless. The corners of Tang Ying's mouth twitched, but he still said, deal. Before Tang Ying left, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. You've been following behind me these past few days? Tang Ying rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian and said angrily, do you think I'm like you, having so much free time? I still have to look after the store during the day. I asked someone to monitor Li Tai, and when Li Tai left Aurora City, I followed him here. I'm also curious as to why you're so confident that you can kill Li Tai. In the end, someone failed miserably. Ha ha ha. As he finished speaking, Tang Ying couldn't help but laugh out loud. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. No matter what, I owe you my life this time. I'll inscribe the first 10 Blood Crescent inscriptions for you for free. Duan Lingtian never liked owing favors. So generous. Then I won't be stingy either. I'll waive the mission fee for killing Li Tai. Tang Ying looked at Duan Lingtian with a bit of surprise. His figure moved like a ghost, and with a few ups and downs, he disappeared from Duan Lingtian's line of sight. Looks like in the future, when it concerns my life, I can't be too stingy. Duan Lingtian deeply remembered this lesson in his heart. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's ears twitched slightly. His expression changed. He noticed that there was a group of people in the distance that was heading this way. He didn't have time to deal with Li Tai's body, so he flew up to a nearby tree and hid there, overlooking everything beneath his feet. Soon, 7 young men walked over in large strides. On the clothes of these young men hung an emblem. Wang family. Could it be that they're from Triumph City's Wang family? Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. There were 3 cities around the Misty Forest, Aurora City, Aqua Mist City, and Triumph City. The nascent soul stage powerhouse He Zhu Dao he met in the Misty Forest was from Aqua Mist City's He family. Ah, there's a corpse here. A young man noticed Li Tai's body and cried out in surprise. Humph. Daring to enter the inner area of the Misty Forest without any strength, he deserved to die. A person walked over in disdain. No. He wasn't killed by a fierce beast. Look, his cut-off arm is clean. He was killed by a sharp weapon that slit his throat. A young woman who was more attentive said. It's true. Ah, there's an emblem on his clothes. Another young man walked up and wiped Li Tai's emblem clean. The Li family. Instantly, a few people cried out in surprise. Duan Lingtian didn't panic when these people discovered Li Tai's identity. No one would think that he had the strength to kill Li Tai. Humph. So it's a member of the Li family, he deserved to die. A young man in blue seemed to be extremely angry when he mentioned the Li family. Yeah, the members of the Li clan are too detestable. Wang Huai's younger brother, Wang Zhen, and a few outer court disciples came to the misty forest to hunt black pythons, and at the critical moment, it was a youth and a young girl from the Li clan who acted as the Oriole behind the scenes. Not only did they obtain the benefits, they even killed the few outer court disciples of our Wang clan who survived. Fortunately, Wang Zhen was born with a deviated heart. Otherwise, I'm afraid he would have become a wandering ghost in the misty forest. Even so, Wang Zhen's internal organs were still pierced, and he's still recuperating now. If it weren't for the fact that Wang Zhen's body isn't suitable for running around, the patriarch would have already personally brought him to the Li family to identify the culprits. When Wang Zhen recovers, I'll also go with him to the Li family. I want to see just what kind of person is so vicious. A group of Triumph City's Wang family disciples were discussing spiritedly. Their casual discussion fell into Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian's expression to change slightly. Black Python? The Oriole behind? Weren't the Li family disciples these people were talking about him and Kerr? I didn't think that my luck would be so good that I could even meet someone with a deviated heart. Duan Lingtian had the urge to vomit blood. As far as he knew, 1 in 10,000 people with a deviated heart was 1 in 10,000. Although he had killed countless people in his previous life, he had never met such a person. In this life, he had only killed a few people in total, but he had actually met such a person. How unlucky. What should we do with this old guy from the Li family? I think we should send him back to the Li family. This way, the Li family will owe us a favor. Who knows, maybe the next time the patriarch brings Wang Zhen to identify the culprits, the Li family will be willing to hand over the murderer for us to personally deal with. That makes sense. Seeing the group of Wang family youths take Li Tai's body away, Duan Lingtian flew down and left the fog forest. After returning to Aurora City, he didn't directly return to the Li family mansion. He went straight to the medicine shop to find Tang Ying. Why are you looking for me in such a hurry? Is something the matter? Tang Ying was a little surprised to see Duan Lingtian arrive. I want to issue a mission. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Target? Tang Ying asked. Wang Zhen, a member of the Wang family in Triumph City. Duan Lingtian said unhurriedly. As far as he was concerned, Wang Zhen's survival was a potential threat to him. He had to be eliminated. Triumph City. Chapter 86. Alright, I'll take care of this matter myself. After hearing Tang Ying's apprehensive words, Duan Lingtian lightly nodded his head to express his understanding. After bidding farewell to Tang Ying, Duan Lingtian returned to the Li family estate. Everything was as usual. However, in the afternoon, the Li family estate was in an uproar. The Li family's grand elder had died in the misty forest. Duan Lingtian originally didn't intend to join in the fun, but Li Fei had dragged him and Kerr out. The outer court martial arts practice field of the Li family estate was currently filled with people. When they saw Duan Lingtian walk over, the crowd automatically parted to form a path towards Duan Lingtian, the number 1 person on the Hidden Dragon ranking and the future pillar of the Li family. Everyone had to give him some face. Little Fei, you didn't drag me here just to have me open a path for you, right? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched as he asked somewhat suspiciously. I didn't. Could it be that you didn't want to join in the fun? I heard that the Wang family of Triumph City discovered the Grand Elder's corpse. Alas, now that the Grand Elder is dead, Li Qing has completely no one to rely on. As she finished speaking, Li Fei's gaze was somewhat complicated. What, you're concerned about him? Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched. No, I'm just a little emotional. Li Qing is the same as me. His parents also died in that calamity that year, so he and his grandfather relied on each other for survival since he was young. Li Fei shook her head. So it's like this. Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, he also brought Li Fei and Kerr to stand in front of the surrounding crowd. Within the martial arts practice field, a group of Li family elders stood behind Liao. Opposite them stood 7 young people, both male and female. These 7 people were the Wang family's disciples that Duan Lingtian had met in the fog forest this morning. In the middle of the 2 groups of people, Grand Elder Li Tai was lying there. He had died a miserable death. Besides his right hand being chopped off, his throat was also slit by a sharp weapon. Liao and the other Li family elders didn't look too good. "Dear nephews, when you found the great elder's body, did you find anything else in the surroundings?" Liao looked at the 7 people from the Wang family and asked. "Patriarch Li, we've looked around, but we didn't find anything." A Wang family disciple said. "I'll have to trouble all of you. This is an important matter, and the Li family has no time to entertain all of you. Consider these origin-increasing pills as a token of my appreciation." Liao took out a bottle of origin-increasing pills and handed it over. The disciples of the Wang family accepted the pills and were all overjoyed. "Patriarch Li, we understand. Farewell." The 7 members of the Wang clan came and went like the wind. "Grandfather." Suddenly, a shrill scream came from outside the crowd. A youth in white rushed into the crowd and knelt beside Li Tai's body. His body trembled as he cried bitterly. It was precisely Li Qing. "Li Qing, my condolences. Our Li family will surely do our best to investigate this matter and seek justice for the Grand Elder." Patriarch Liao consoled. "Investigate? There's no need to investigate, I know who the murderer is." Li Qing's eyes were crimson red as he raised his head with a savage expression. "You know?" Liao was stunned. "Li Qing, if you know, you can say it. I want to know who is so audacious as to dare kill our Li family's Grand Elder. Does he really think our Li family is a bunch of sick cats?" An old man behind Liao spoke in a low voice that contained boundless rage. "Exactly. Killing the Grand Elder is tantamount to slapping our Li family's face. Li Qing, you don't have to be afraid, you can speak frankly. I also want to know who is the one who ate the bear's heart and leopard's courage. If we find this person, we must tear him into 1,000 pieces." Each and every one of the Li clan elders were enraged. The gazes of the surrounding crowd landed on Li Qing's figure. They all wanted to know. Who was the murderer Li Qing spoke of? Finally, Li Qing's gaze flashed past the surrounding crowd. In the end, his gaze stopped on a violet-colored figure. "Patriarch, it's him, Duan Lingtian." Li Qing pointed at the violet-clothed youth in the distance with a face full of rage. Seeing Li Qing point at him and even say that he was the murderer, Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change as he calmly met Li Qing's gaze. Neither servile nor overbearing. When everyone present heard Li Qing's words, their gazes followed Li Qing's finger and descended onto the violet-clothed youth in the distance. For a moment, the scene went slightly out of control. Has Li Qing gone mad? He actually said that the murderer is Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Even if Duan Lingtian consumed a spirit fruit and his fleshly body has the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, even if he broke through to the core formation stage now, his strength would only be comparable to a 3rd-level core formation martial artist. Killing an 8th-level origin core stage Grand Elder with a strength at the 3rd level of the core formation stage? To think that Li Qing could say that. He wouldn't have gone mad from the shock of the Grand Elder's death, right? Duan Lingtian? How could that be possible? This Li Qing wouldn't be trying to use his position to avenge a private grudge, right? I heard that during this year's Hidden Dragon List competition, Duan Lingtian even broke his finger because he was overbearing. Could it be because of that? Even if he wants to use his position to avenge a private grudge, he should find a reasonable excuse. Exactly, actually framing Duan Lingtian as the murderer, who would believe that? When the discussions of the crowd entered into Li Qing's ears, it caused Li Qing's face to go ghastly pale. I'm not lying, Duan Lingtian is the murderer, he's the murderer. Li Qing roared as he abruptly stood up. His body moved, and the strength of 3 ancient mammoths exploded out as he flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a madman. Swimming dragon steps. Dark nether finger. The moment he attacked, it was a killing move that directly targeted Duan Lingtian's vital point. Li Qing. Patriarch Li Ao's face sank as he shouted in a low voice. But how could the current Li Qing pay attention to Li Ao? You overestimate yourself. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he took a step forward. He didn't even bother to use a martial skill and casually threw out a punch. 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above him. Bang! This punch's speed far surpassed Li Qing's finger and blasted Li Qing flying. Li Qing crashed onto the ground with a bang, his expression unsightly. He struggled to get up and intended to attack once more. Enough! Li Ao's tall figure blocked Li Qing's path and his gaze was cold and indifferent. Li Qing, if you can produce evidence, then speak frankly. If you want to use the death of the Grand Elder to make things difficult for Duan Lingtian and avenge a private grudge, then I'll punish you according to the clan's rules right now. Don't forget, the Grand Elder is your grandfather. His corpse hasn't even turned cold yet you're busy taking revenge. How can he rest in peace in the netherworld? Patriarch. Li Qing knelt on the ground sorrowfully. I didn't avenge a private grudge. Everything I said is true. Then why don't you tell me why you say Duan Lingtian is the murderer? Li Ao asked in a low voice. The gazes of everyone descended onto Li Ao. Patriarch, since my grandfather is already dead, there are some things that I won't conceal anymore. Li Qing took a deep breath and slowly said, during the gathering of geniuses, Duan Lingtian broke one of my fingers and almost crippled my dark nether finger. Grandfather was very angry because of this and had said many times that he would teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. Hearing Li Qing's words, Li Ao's expression was unsightly. No matter what, Li Tai was still the Li clan's Grand Elder, yet he was actually so narrow-minded. The gathering of geniuses and the competition for the Hidden Dragon ranking were all approved by the 3 great clans of Aurora City, so it couldn't be any fairer. Injuries were unavoidable in a sparring match. The crowd went into an uproar. So the Grand Elder is this kind of person. I thought the Grand Elder was different from us, but I didn't expect him to be the same as us, and even more selfish. Li Qing was injured by Duan Lingtian at the gathering of geniuses. Many people witnessed it. Li Qing was overbearing first, so Duan Lingtian wasn't wrong. Thinking about it, Li Qing is his only grandson after all. Humph. To think that I respected the Grand Elder so much in the past. So he's this kind of person. Duan Lingtian's gaze was strange. Was this Li Qing an idiot? His grandfather was already dead, yet he still dared to ruin his grandfather's reputation. It could be imagined that if Li Tai came back from the dead, he would very likely be angered to death by Li Qing. However, at this moment, Li Qing had already lost his reason as he continued, these past few days, I noticed that Duan Lingtian went to the Misty Forest every day, so I told grandfather. Early this morning, grandfather followed Duan Lingtian. But, I never imagined that what I waited for would be grandfather's corpse. Patriarch, if the murderer wasn't Duan Lingtian, then who could it be? Li Qing said hysterically. But he didn't notice that Li Ao's expression was becoming more and more unsightly. Hua! Almost at the same time Li Qing finished speaking, the crowd went into a restless uproar. Followed Duan Lingtian to the Misty Forest? This doesn't seem like someone purely intending to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. Duan Lingtian entered the Misty Forest. Even if he died, no one would suspect the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder is too overbearing. Li Qing only had a finger severed, and it was reattached later on. Because of this, he actually had the intention to kill Duan Lingtian. The Grand Elder is too terrifying. The expressions of all the Li clan disciples froze. Following Duan Lingtian into the Misty Forest purely for the sake of teaching Duan Lingtian a lesson? Only an idiot would believe that. Li Qing, don't speak without thinking. How could the Grand Elder be such a person? Li Ao's face sank as he shouted in a stern voice. Exactly. I believe that with the Grand Elder's character, he would absolutely not do such a thing. I believe it as well. Li Qing, don't be blinded by hatred. Slandering your grandfather for your own selfish desires is truly wrong. The Li clan elders all expressed their opinions. What a joke. There were so many Li clan disciples present today. Even if Grand Elder Li Tai really did such a thing, they wouldn't admit it. The Li clan's Grand Elder was no longer purely an individual, but represented the entire Li clan. Patriarch, I'm not lying. Li Qing instantly became anxious and roared when he saw that no one believed him. Enough! Li Ao shouted explosively. Where's the enforcement elder? Patriarch. From the group of elders behind Li Ao, an old man in a black robe walked out. Li Qing slandered my Li clan's Grand Elder. Drag him out and give him 30 beatings as a warning to others. Li Ao ordered. Yes, Patriarch. The enforcement elder strode out and grabbed Li Qing like an eagle catching a chick. Patriarch, what I said is true, what I said is true. Chapter 87. When they saw Li Qing being so stubborn, the crowd began to denounce him again. Li Qing has really gone mad. The Patriarch obviously wants to suppress this matter, yet he's still blabbering on and on. Who should we punish if not him? If the Grand Elder knew that his grandson treated him like this after his death, I wonder how he would feel. Exactly, even if the Grand Elder really wanted to kill Duan Lingtian, it was for him. With such a grandson, the Grand Elder probably wouldn't be able to rest in peace even in the afterlife. Pfft! To think that I let my son worship him as an idol in the past. I was really blind. You should let your son worship Duan Lingtian as an idol. He's the #1 person in this year's Hidden Dragon ranking. Moreover, he's only 16 years old. The next 2 years #1 in the Hidden Dragon ranking will surely be him. At the same time that they were denouncing, they didn't forget to compare Duan Lingtian and Li Qing. It was fine if they didn't compare. When they made the comparison, Li Qing was even more trampled to the point that he was covered in cuts and bruises. I didn't expect that you'd be so popular now. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian. So, it's your fortune to be able to be my wife. Duan Lingtian laughed slyly. Bah! Li Fei noticed that Kerr was looking at her with a smile, and she instantly blushed. Young master, then should I call big sister Fei Fei young madam in the future? Kerr smiled lightly. Kerr, you've been led astray by him. Li Fei's originally rosy cheeks seemed as if blood would drip out at any moment. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but laugh. Suddenly, his brows twitched. Duan Lingtian, I'll come to your house to look for you in an hour. This was the Li clan's Patriarch Li Ao's sound condensed technique, and only Duan Lingtian could hear it. Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Ao and lightly nodded. He was mentally prepared. Even if Li Ao felt that this matter had nothing to do with him, since Li Qing had said so, if the Li clan wanted to find the culprit, they would definitely use him as a breakthrough point and search for clues. The crowd in the outer court martial arts practice field gradually dispersed. Let's go out for a walk. I have some things I want to buy. Li Fei suggested. I'm afraid I can't accompany you. Duan Lingtian smiled apologetically. Li Fei frowned and said with dissatisfaction, what do you want? Clan leader just informed me via voice transmission that he will come to my house to look for me in an hour. You can't be thinking of me standing him up, right? Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. What? The Patriarch is looking for you? He doesn't really think that you killed the Great Elder, does he? Li Fei froze. At the side, Kerr also had a worried look on her face. Don't worry, the Patriarch probably just wants to ask if I have any clues to provide. Li Qing said that I was able to kill the Great Elder, but all of you didn't believe it, let alone the Patriarch. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. An hour later, Patriarch Li Ao arrived as promised. Duan Lingtian received him in his own courtyard. Duan Lingtian, I know that with your strength, it's absolutely impossible for you to be the culprit that killed the Great Elder. However, since the Great Elder followed you, have you seen him? Li Ao went straight to the point. His feelings towards Duan Ling Tian were extremely complicated. He originally thought that Duan Ling Tian was only slightly stronger than Li Qing. Who knew? During the Genius Gathering, he actually defeated the Lin clan's Lin Zhuo and the Shao clan's Xiao Yu. Lin Zhuo was one thing. Xiao Yu was not only the Shao clan's #1 genius in 100 years, he was also Aurora City's #1 genius in 100 years. Even he, the Li clan's patriarch, often sighed with emotion. How good would it be if Xiao Yu was a member of the Li clan? Today, Duan Ling Tian defeating Xiao Yu had truly given him a great surprise. Most importantly, Duan Ling Tian was only 16 years old. He was younger than Xiao Yu by an entire 2 years. It could be imagined that when Duan Ling Tian was 18 years old, his strength would definitely be even more formidable, and he would leave his peers far behind. Patriarch, I know what you mean. However, when I entered the misty forest, I wholeheartedly hunted fierce beasts and didn't notice anything amiss, nor did I see the Great Elder. Moreover, with the Great Elder's strength, if he wanted to follow me, it would be impossible for me to notice. As Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he had a face full of self-ridicule. I understand this, I'm only asking as a matter of routine. Also, even if you weren't able to notice the Great Elder, you don't have to worry about it. After all, he's an Origin Core stage martial artist. With your natural talent, you'll definitely be able to surpass him before the age of 30. Li Ao lightly nodded and consoled him at the same time. I'll work hard. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and his gaze was firm like iron. Also, I hope you don't take the matter from last time to heart. I was only doing it for the sake of the Li clan's face. Li Ao hesitated for a moment, but still spoke out. In his eyes, the current Duan Ling Tian was no longer the Duan Ling Tian of the past. Being able to ascend to first place in the Hidden Dragon list at the age of 16, such an accomplishment was the first time since the Aurora City's Hidden Dragon list appeared in the world. Duan Ling Tian could be said to have opened up a new path. Now, even if Duan Ling Tian was only a branch family disciple, a disciple with a different surname, he was still worthy of the Li clan's attention. Patriarch, you're thinking too much. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. These silver taels are a small token of the clan's appreciation. Li Ao took out a stack of silver from his bosom and placed it on the table as he lightly smiled. Patriarch, this is, Duan Ling Tian was stunned. These silver taels were of the largest denomination, and a single one was 10,000 taels. This thick and heavy stack was estimated to be around 1 million taels. You've brought honor to the clan in this year's Hidden Dragon list. This is the reward the clan is giving you. I've already informed the 3 alchemy elders of the clan. If you need to refine medicine, you can pay for the materials and ask them to refine it for you. They won't charge you a single cent. Li Ao lightly smiled. Being ranked first in the Hidden Dragon list, no one in the Li clan had obtained such an honor in the past 10 years. This time, Duan Ling Tian had brought honor to the Li clan. Recalling the envious and jealous expressions of the patriarchs of the Shao clan and Lin clan a few days ago, he felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly expressed his thanks. If you want to refine a weapon, you can go find Elder Li De. You're on good terms with Li Fei, and I think he'll be willing to refine a spirit weapon for you out of respect for Li Fei. Li Ao continued. Li De. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Patriarch, you don't have to worry about this. If that kid Ling Tian really wants me to help refine a spirit weapon, then I'll help him even if I have to risk my life. Right at this moment, a clear voice sounded out, breaking the short silence. Duan Ling Tian saw it. Li Fei was supporting her grandfather as they slowly walked in. Duan Ling Tian came to his senses. So Li Fei's grandfather was the elder Li De that the patriarch spoke of. A trace of being moved flashed past his eyes. He knew that it was surely Li Fei who was worried that he would suffer a loss, so she brought the old man over to support him. Elder Li De. Li Ao hurriedly stood up when he saw the old man, and his tone contained a trace of respect mixed within. The Li clan had 3 grade 9 alchemists. Since his father, the previous patriarch of the Li clan, left, only Li De remained as a grade 9 weapons craftsman. Patriarch, there's no need to be so courteous. Li De spoke indifferently. Suddenly, Li Ao's pupils constricted. His gaze descended onto the weapons craftsman guild badge on Li De's body. The 2 words, grade 8, tattooed red on it caused his heart to tremble. Elder Li De, you've broken through to become a grade 8 weapons craftsman? Li Ao took a deep breath and asked, slightly forgetting himself. Patriarch's eyes are sharp. Li De lightly nodded. After obtaining confirmation, Li Ao's breathing became hurried once more, and his chest rose and fell like a bellows. According to his knowledge. In the past, in Aurora City, only the guild master of the Weapons Craftsman Guild was a grade 8 weapons craftsman. And now, an grade 8 weapons craftsman had actually appeared in their Li clan. This was shockingly good news. Congratulations Elder Li De, your wish has been fulfilled and you've become a grade 8 weapons craftsman. Since Elder Li De has some business with Duan Ling Tian, then I'll take my leave first. Li Ao said to Li De, then nodded to Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei before leaving. Rascal, he didn't make things difficult for you, right? Li Fei asked with concern. No, Patriarch is here to give me money. Duan Ling Tian looked at the stack of silver bills on the table. Li Fei went up and flipped through it for a while before crying out in surprise, 1,000,000 taels. Patriarch is really generous. Ling Tian kid, your current wealth is probably going to be even richer than mine. Li De laughed. Grandfather, how can I compare to you? If it wasn't for the fact that you've only been helping the clan refine weapons and didn't receive any hard work fees, your wealth would probably have been innumerable long ago. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he spoke. These things were all learned from Li Fei. Looks like Fei sold me out long ago. Girls really do side with outsiders. As he finished speaking, Li De sighed. A grown girl can't be kept at home. Grandfather, what are you talking about? I'll always be your good granddaughter. Li Fei hurriedly held onto Li De's arm and acted like a spoiled child. Elder Li De. Hearing the commotion, Li Ro also walked out of the room and slightly respectfully looked at the old man. You're Ling Tian kid's mother, right? You have a good son. Li De nodded and smiled at Li Ro, his face revealing an amiable expression. Elder, you flatter me. Li Ro said modestly. This time, I came to ask for your opinion on something. You see, Ling Tian kid and my granddaughter are both in love with each other. How about we arrange a marriage for them? Li De asked with a smile. Grandfather. Li Fei blushed. She didn't know about this decision of Li De's. What, you don't want to marry Ling Tian kid? Li De laughed mockingly. Grandfather, you're bullying Fei. Li Fei lowered her head, not daring to look at Li Ro and Duan Ling Tian. Elder, of course, I won't refuse this matter. In my opinion, as long as Tian likes it, it's fine. However, I still have to inform the elders that my son has already been engaged to someone else. Li Ro said. I know this. It's that girl called Kerr, right? Li De nodded. Greetings, Elder. At this time, Kerr also came out and bowed to the old man. As expected of a good girl who's both beautiful and intelligent. Ling Tian kid is really lucky. Chapter 88. After the two parents decided on the marriage between Duan Ling Tian and Li Fei, they gathered for dinner that night. After dinner, Duan Ling Tian sent the two of them home. The old man went back to his room first. Little Fei, from today onwards, you're my fiancée, Duan Ling Tian chuckled. Bah! It's just an engagement, we're not married yet. Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Ling Tian. Grandpa said that in 2 years, when I'm 18, we'll get married. Little Fei, how about I sleep at your place tonight? Duan Ling Tian swallowed his saliva and said greedily as he sized up Li Fei's hot body with a burning gaze. You wish. Li Fei's face was full of vigilance. She dashed into the room with light steps and closed the door with a bang. Duan Lingtian could only leave with a bitter smile. When he got home, Duan Lingtian found that Kerr was still waiting for him. Silly girl. Duan Lingtian extended his hand and carried Kuer by the waist before sending her back to her room. Young master. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to leave, Kerr called out softly. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Young master, can you accompany Kerr tonight? Kerr said pitifully. Silly girl, what's wrong? Duan Lingtian asked gently as he took off his coat and got into bed. He held Kerr in his arms. Young master, when you have Sister Feifei in the future, will you not want Kerr anymore? The girl voiced her concerns. Silly girl, remember, you're mine for the rest of your life. No one can change that. No one can replace your position in my heart, understand? Duan Lingtian hugged the girl and comforted her softly. It was rare that he did not touch her. Young master. The girl hugged Duan Lingtian tightly and fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, when they were having breakfast. Mother, Kerr, I'm going out for a few days. Don't wait for me at night. Go to bed early. Duan Lingtian said in advance. Be careful. Li Ro nodded. Although Duan Lingtian didn't say what he was going to do, she knew that he had something to do. Her son had grown up. He was no longer the young eagle that curled up under her wings. Young master, when are you coming back? Kerr asked. 4 days from now. If little Fei comes looking for me, tell her. Duan Lingtian pondered for a while before he opened his mouth. His departure this time was precisely to prepare to head to Triumph City. Although the current him could be considered to have a foothold in the Li family and even obtain the protection of the only grade 8 weapons craftsman in the Li family, he didn't have to fear the Triumph City's Wang family bringing fish that escaped the net to denounce him. However, he didn't want to expose himself before the Wang family. Once exposed, the Li family could protect him for a while, but they couldn't protect him forever. He must cut the weeds and eliminate the roots to avoid future troubles. After exiting the Li family estate, Duan Lingtian removed the Li family crest from his clothes and put it into his spatial ring. Presently, the spatial ring was covered with a layer of dark gray metal by his equipment refinement technique. It didn't have the appearance of the past and looked like an ordinary ring that was extremely convenient to wear on his hand. After buying a horse and some rations for the journey at the trade market, Duan Lingtian set out to leave Aurora City. Aurora City, Triumph City, and Aqua Mist City formed a triangle that surrounded the misty forest. The distance from Aurora City to Triumph City wasn't shorter than the distance from Aurora City to the misty forest. Even if he rode a fast horse to Triumph City, it would still take him 8 or 9 hours. Duan Lingtian set out early in the morning and passed through the misty forest at noon, galloping towards the other end of the main road. At dusk, the outline of Triumph City appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. Under his agitated mood, he spurred the horse beneath him to increase its speed and galloped out. Giddy up! Giddy up! Just at this moment, Duan Lingtian heard 2 voices from behind him, a male and a female. When he turned around to look, he noticed a youth and a young girl galloping towards him at lightning speed. The youth and young girl were around 17 years old. Their clothes were gorgeous, obviously of extraordinary birth. Fergana horses. Duan Lingtian's gaze quickly descended onto the fine horses under the 2 people. As the 2 horses galloped, they were dripping with blood and sweat. In terms of speed, it wasn't something the horse under him could compare to. A Fergana horse is worth 10,000 gold, and it's priceless. Duan Lingtian's heart slightly moved. 10,000 gold was 10,000 taels of gold. In the Cloud Continent, 1 tael of gold was comparable to 100 taels of silver. In other words, a Fergana horse was worth 1 million taels of silver. Even the patriarchs of the 3 great clans of Aurora City weren't so extravagant. It could be guessed that this pair of youth and young girl didn't come from any of the 3 great cities around the misty forest. Could it be that they're from the county cities? The Crimson Sky Kingdom was divided into 18 counties and 18 county cities, and their scale was only below the imperial city. Under each county, there were 81 small cities. Aurora City was one of the thousands of small cities in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Halt! Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian stopped his horse and galloped it to the side of the main road. He didn't want to cause trouble. But sometimes, even if he didn't want to cause trouble, it didn't mean that others didn't want to cause trouble. Sister Rue, do you see that commoner in front? When he saw us, he was so scared that he hid on the side of the road. The youth who galloped wildly on his horse laughed heartily. He's afraid of being knocked flying by our Fergana horse. The young girl laughed as well. Sister Rue, how about we have a competition? The youth's gaze flickered as he asked. How? The young girl's interest was piqued. Let's compete on who gets to that commoner's side first and uses the horsewhip to knock him off his horse first. How about it? The youth laughed. All right. Giddy up. The young girl replied, and her horsewhip descended onto the Fergana horse. Instantly, the Fergana horse galloped like the wind. Sister Rue, you're cheating. The youth cried out in alarm and followed up. Duan Lingtian naturally didn't hear the conversation between the two of them. Duan Lingtian looked at the youth and young girl galloping over from afar. He planned to wait for them to pass before he set off on his own to avoid causing trouble. Unexpectedly. Whoosh! The young girl took the lead and passed by his side first, causing a gust of fierce wind to arise. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Because he saw the horsewhip in the young girl's hand tremble as origin energy suffused the air. She actually swung the horsewhip towards him, flashing straight towards his face. Above the young girl, two ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. A 17-year-old at the first level of the core formation stage. Whoosh! The horsewhip hadn't even arrived when he felt a gust of strong wind assault his face, scraping his face to the point it hurt. Duan Lingtian's face sank. Like a bolt of lightning, his hand grabbed out. The strength of close to 3 ancient mammoths exploded out. 2 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above Duan Lingtian's head. Slap. Duan Lingtian easily grabbed onto the horsewhip. The young girl obviously didn't expect that Duan Lingtian would be able to receive her whip. At the same time that she was stunned, she subconsciously wanted to pull back the horsewhip from Duan Lingtian's hand. Humph! Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he exerted strength in his hand. Bang! The Fergana horse galloped away by itself. The young girl was thrown off the horse by Duan Lingtian and emitted a shrill cry. Sister Rue! Nay, the expression of the youth behind her changed greatly as he stopped the horse and flashed to the young girl's side in a few steps before helping her up. Third brother, it hurts. The young girl's face was pale. Lowly commoner, do you know who we are? The youth's face sank as he spoke with an incomparably cold and indifferent voice. I don't know, and I'm not interested in knowing. Duan Lingtian frowned as he spoke indifferently. You're courting death. The youth's expression changed greatly as his figure flashed out. In the blink of an eye, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above the youth's head, displaying his cultivation. Third level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian was slightly moved. A 17-year-old third level of the core formation stage, this talent was simply even more abnormal than Xiao Yu's. Bang! The youth dashed out with a speed as fast as lightning and struck out with his palm, striking the horse under Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression changed as he used the horse's momentum to fly down. The horse emitted a shrill cry as it flew out without a sound. Dead. Die. The youth's icy cold gaze condensed onto Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! His figure flashed like the wind as he struck out with his palm once again. Over 10 palm silhouettes condensed into one in the air before whistling down, enveloping Duan Lingtian. A high-grade profound rank martial skill at the perfection stage. Duan Lingtian's heart jumped. The youth's offensive martial skill wasn't inferior to Xiao Yu's sleeve dimension. Coupled with the youth's cultivation being a level higher than Xiao Yu's. Even Xiao Yu would find it difficult to receive a palm strike from the youth. You're unlucky to have encountered me. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he took a step forward to meet the youth. The strength of nearly 5 ancient mammoths exploded out, sword-drawing arts. Whoosh! A dark violet sword light followed like a shadow. Ah! The youth emitted a shrill cry as his body flew out with a bang, crashing into the distance in a sorry state as he rolled about in pain. A severed arm fell to the ground. Third brother. The young girl was stupefied. Grandpa, why? The young girl cried out sorrowfully as her voice sounded out. Instantly, Duan Lingtian clearly saw an aged figure abandoning his horse and dashing out from behind the main road in the distance, within Duan Lingtian's field of vision. This figure went from the size of an ant to the size of a fist, and it was still gradually enlarging, closer and closer. Not good. Duan Lingtian's face went grim as he realized the strength of this person. He stomped on the ground and descended onto the youth's Fergana horse. Flee! Duan Lingtian's legs clamped onto the horse's waist as he spurred the horse out, dashing like the wind. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he glanced at the nearby Triumph City, then turned around to look at the old man who was getting closer and closer. Now, he could only hope that the old man would take the youth's injuries into consideration and reattach the youth's severed arm. Otherwise, he would die without a doubt. This old man's speed far surpassed the Li clan's grand elder, Li Tai. He wasn't even slower than Aqua Mist City's He clan's supreme elder, He Zhu Dao. Obviously, this was a nascent soul stage expert. At the same time that he spurred the horse out, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with nervousness and uneasiness. What he was most afraid of now was the old man abandoning the youth and chasing after him. With the old man's strength, once the old man caught up to him, it would be impossible for him to survive. Quick, quick! Duan Lingtian's legs unceasingly clamped onto the Fergana horse's waist as his heart burned with anxiety. Although the Fergana horse's speed was twice as fast as his previous horse. Chapter 89. Quick! 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 Now, Duan Lingtian wished for nothing more than to grow a pair of wings and directly fly into Triumph City. As long as he entered the city, he would be safe. Finally, under Duan Lingtian's perturbed and fearful gaze, the old man stopped, obviously going to look at the youth's injuries. Who? Duan Lingtian heaved a long sigh of relief, and only now did he notice that his clothes were already drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, he had a feeling as if he had suddenly ascended from hell to heaven. Although the old man didn't chase after him, Duan Lingtian didn't dare hesitate and rode the Fergana horse directly into the city. As soon as he entered the city, he heard the pedestrians exclaim in surprise. Look! It's a Fergana horse again. Could it be that the Fergana horse that passed by earlier was his as well? Duan Lingtian heard the discussions of the crowd. He frowned, then directly jumped off and took the opportunity to leave when everyone's gazes descended onto the Fergana horse. He blended into the endless stream of people and disappeared without a trace. Could it be that it's popular to throw Fergana horses everywhere? That's a Fergana horse that's worth 10,000 gold. That youth just threw it away like trash. Many people were dumbstruck. Who? Right at this moment, everyone's gazes descended onto the direction of the city gate. An aged figure pulled out a string of afterimages and instantly arrived in front of the Fergana horse. Did you see that violet-clothed youth that rode his horse into the city? The old man's gaze was like lightning as it swept past the surrounding crowd, causing everyone present to feel a chill run down their spines. He went that way. Someone pointed towards the direction Duan Lingtian left. Who? The old man's figure vanished into the crowd. So fast. Too fast. I'm a core formation martial artist at any rate, but I can't even grasp his figure. He's probably an origin core martial artist. I've seen the Zhong family's second elder, Zhongying, attack. Zhongying is a 7th level origin core martial artist, but his speed doesn't seem to be so fast. The crowd clamored. Duan Lingtian took 7 or 8 detours, circling more than half of Triumph City. Only when the sky turned dark did he finally relax. Now, I need to change out of this set of clothes, or else it will be too obvious. Duan Lingtian looked at his clothes and thought to himself. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian noticed a figure walking towards him. Looking at the figure, it was a young man about the same height as him. Father and mother will definitely be very happy. From tomorrow onwards, I will be a servant of the Zhong family. I will have a salary of 10 taels a month. The young man muttered to himself and hummed a little tune as he walked into the alley. However, he soon quieted down. It was as if his throat was being gripped. Under the moonlight, the dark purple sword flickered with a cold luster. Spare me, hero. I don't have money. I really don't have money. The young man was so scared that he closed his eyes and said in horror. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Who wants your money? Take off your clothes. Duan Lingtian said. Ah! Hero, you want to. The young man's body trembled and his voice trembled. Cut the crap. Take off your clothes. Duan Lingtian said impatiently. Yes, yes. The young man nodded and quickly took off his outer clothes. Duan Lingtian took off his clothes and changed into the young man's clothes. However, after he changed his clothes, he found that the young man had taken off his pants and was leaning against the wall. His naked buttocks were facing him and his body was still trembling. Hero, you must be gentle. This is my first time. Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded. What kind of person did this guy think he was? Even if he wanted to rape, he didn't have to find a man to do it with, right? Scram! I only want your clothes. Duan Lingtian kept his sword and kicked the young man's naked buttocks. The young man cried out in pain and said with an aggrieved face, Hero, you should have said so earlier. Woo woo. My innocence, do I look like that kind of person? Glaring at the young man, Duan Lingtian muttered and left the alley. Triumph City's night market was similar to Aurora City's and was quite lively. After buying a mask from a night market stall and finding a remote place to put it on, Duan Lingtian headed for Ghost Shadow's stronghold in Triumph City. Tang Ying had told him in advance where Ghost Shadow's stronghold was, so he quickly found it. He walked in and arrived in front of the counter. Behind the counter was a young woman around 22 or 23 years old. She had an enchanting body like a water snake and a pair of majestic jade peaks that were ready to burst out. Coupled with her cold face, it formed a sharp contrast. Seeing Duan Lingtian wearing a mask, the woman wasn't surprised, as if it was a common occurrence. Wang Clan, outer court disciple, Wang Zhen. Duan Lingtian looked at the woman and lowered his voice, pretending to be hoarse as he spoke. 10,000 taels deposit, confirmed in 3 days. The woman's voice was incomparably cold, without the slightest trace of emotion. Duan Lingtian had already taken out 10,000 taels of silver from his storage ring and placed it on the counter, then turned around and left. He had already learned of Ghost Shadow's rules from Tang Ying. After leaving Ghost Shadow's stronghold, Duan Lingtian circled the surroundings once more. After confirming that he wasn't being followed, he took off his mask and smashed it with a palm strike. Immediately after, he went to the downtown area of Triumph City to eat some barbecue before finding a nearby inn to stay in. 2 Fergana horses, a nascent soul stage powerhouse. Recalling what he encountered outside of Triumph City today, Duan Lingtian's heart sank. To be able to have a nascent soul stage powerhouse escort them, the identity of the young man and young woman was definitely not simple. It was very likely that they were members of a large family in the county city. However, only that young man and young woman recognized my appearance. Thinking of this, he let out a sigh of relief. After thinking for a while, he went to buy some rouge and face powder. In his previous life, as a mercenary, Duan Lingtian was proficient in various concealment techniques, including disguise. After spending half an hour, Duan Lingtian's handsome cheeks changed, becoming very ordinary. Not bad, my skills haven't fallen behind. Looking at himself in the mirror, Duan Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. At first glance, One couldn't see any traces of makeup on his ordinary cheeks. This face belonged to the type that couldn't be found in a crowd. Now, even if they see me again, it's impossible for them to recognize me. After finishing his makeup, Duan Lingtian temporarily felt at ease. Early the next morning, taking advantage of the fact that the innkeeper was still drowsy and dozing off, he directly checked out of the room. If he wanted to completely conceal himself, he must not leave behind any traces. This innkeeper had seen his true appearance last night. Walking out of the inn, Duan Lingtian openly found a restaurant to eat breakfast. The steaming hot breakfast caused his appetite to be greatly aroused. I wonder who's so ruthless that he even dared to cut off the arm of the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor above Triumph City. I heard that the patriarch went to the Wang clan and Zhong clan early in the morning. He probably wants to use their strength to find the culprit. Supposedly, the culprit is a young sword cultivator around the age of 16 with a cultivation at the third level of the core formation stage. He wears violet clothes and has a handsome appearance. But, how do we find him? Duan Lingtian was drinking milk in large mouthfuls and eating breakfast when he heard the discussion at a nearby table. It was three young men that were a little over 20 years old. Duan Lingtian was shocked in his heart. He naturally guessed that the culprit they spoke of was him. However, although he guessed that the background of the three people from yesterday wasn't small, he didn't expect it to be so exaggerated. Swallow Mountain County had a vast territory that encompassed 81 cities. Among them included Aurora City, Triumph City, and Aqua Mist City. Swallow Mountain County was one of the 18 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and the county governors of the 18 counties were all existences that held great power and influence. Supposedly, the 18 county governors were all void stage powerhouses. Void stage powerhouses were existences that surpassed nascent soul stage martial artists. Their strength was shocking, and they were also called demigods. They were able to rely on the strength of their fleshly body to fly. That youth is the son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor? Duan Lingtian realized that he'd caused trouble, and it was huge trouble. However, he didn't regret it. If he could do it all over again, he would still do it the same way. Luckily, this is Triumph City, and it's very far from Aurora City. There ought to be no one who suspects me. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he thought in his heart. In the following 3 days, the entire Triumph City was alarmed by the big movements of the three great clans. There was only one goal: to find the culprit that cut off the arm of the county governor's son. During this period of time, Duan Lingtian once again saw the young girl. The young girl had an icy expression as she followed a group of people, searching everywhere for his whereabouts. However, even though he'd met the young girl face to face, she didn't recognize him. Duan Lingtian believed the current him, unless it was Kerr or his mother, Li Ro, no one else, including Li Fei, would be able to recognize him even if they met him face to face. He was extremely confident in his ability to disguise himself. Late at night, Duan Lingtian once again bought a mask from the night market. After putting it on, he once again arrived at the Ghastly Shadows stronghold in Triumph City. It was still that enchanting and icy cold young girl that received him. Wang family, Wang Zhen, how's the confirmation? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. 200,000 silver. The girl's voice was icy cold. Only a body-tempering stage martial artist, so expensive? Duan Lingtian was dazed. Based on the price he heard from Tang Ying, a 9th-level body-tempering stage martial artist was at most 100,000 silver. Going deep into the Wang family estate is extremely risky. The girl's icy cold voice sounded. Here's 190,000 silver. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything as he took out the silver he prepared and passed it to the girl. The girl accepted the silver and nodded. When do we make a move? Duan Lingtian couldn't help but ask. Tonight, the target will definitely die. Hearing the girl's words, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a smile, but it was blocked by the mask. He left the Ghastly Shadows stronghold and found another inn to stay in. He had a plan in his heart. Tomorrow morning, after eating breakfast, he would leave Triumph City. The next day, Duan Lingtian found a restaurant to eat breakfast. He originally thought that he would be able to hear some rumors, but he didn't expect that the thing that caused the hubbub was still the matter of the county governor's son. According to Tang Ying, as long as it's a mission that the ghastly shadow has accepted, they have never failed, so there shouldn't be any problems. Chapter 90. Duan Lingtian had just walked out of the restaurant. The discussion of the two youths that brushed past him fell into his ears. Alas, I didn't expect that Wang Jin wouldn't be able to hold on. Yeah, even the patriarch couldn't tell why his injuries would suddenly relapse. He died just like that. Wang Guang and the others died for nothing. Although we know it was the Aurora City's Li clan that did it, we don't know who it was. Humph. That person from the Li clan is really lucky. Duan Lingtian laughed. Lucky? However, the actions of Ghastly Shadow were really quite nimble. He couldn't help but be astonished by the methods of Ghastly Shadow. Listening to the discussion of the two Wang clan disciples, it was obvious that even the patriarch of the Wang clan didn't notice that Wang Zhen was murdered and only thought that he died from his old injuries relapsing. Duan Lingtian went to buy a horse and spurred it out of the city. At the city gate of Triumph City, there were 3 groups of people checking the people leaving. From the badges on the clothes of these 3 groups of people, it could be seen that they were from the 3 great clans of Triumph City. The Zhong clan, the Wang clan, and the Lu clan. Duan Lingtian saw the young girl again. The young girl was also helping to check the people lining up to leave. Very quickly, it was Duan Lingtian's turn. Eldest miss, is it him? The middle-aged man beside the young girl glanced at Duan Lingtian and asked. Eldest miss? Duan Lingtian was dazed. This middle-aged man had the Lu clan badge on his clothes. He was obviously a member of the Lu clan of Triumph City. In that case, the young girl that swung her horsewhip at him a few days ago was the daughter of the Lu clan's patriarch. If this was the case, then everything could be explained. Before, Duan Lingtian felt it was strange that the son of the county governor would come to a small city like Triumph City. Compared to the county city of Swallow Mountain County, Triumph City was only a small rural town. So it was because of this young girl. It's not him. Lu Ru's gaze examined Duan Lingtian for a while before she shook her head. Let's go. The middle-aged man coldly glanced at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't get angry. He spurred his horse and left Triumph City with a smile on his face. Although there were some complications, the matter could still be considered satisfactory. The journey back was rather smooth. He rushed back to Aurora City before dusk. Although he had only been away for a few days, Duan Lingtian was eager to return home. He went straight home, picked up Kerr, and spun around. Kerr, I missed you so much. Duan Lingtian put down the blushing girl and smiled softly. He's forgotten his mother now that he has a wife. At some point, Li Ro also came out of the room. She shook her head and sighed. Duan Lingtian was a little embarrassed. He quickly went over to hold Li Ro's hand and remedied, Mother, I also miss you very much. Alright, don't be mushy. You probably haven't eaten a proper meal on the way back. Mother will go cook for you. Li Ro shook her head and smiled, then went into the kitchen. Madam, I'll help you. Kerr also wanted to go into the kitchen. However, Duan Lingtian pulled her back. Kerr, don't you miss me? Kerr nodded like a chick pecking rice, of course I miss you. However, Sister Feifei also misses young master. Young master, you should go see her. When young master comes back, I will help madam prepare the meal. Silly girl. Duan Lingtian's heart warmed as he hugged the girl. Kerr was always like this. She always put him first. When Duan Lingtian arrived at Li Fei's house. You still know to come back? When Li Fei saw Duan Lingtian, she glared at him. You don't want me to come back? Then I'll leave now. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He smiled and turned to leave. Don't leave. Li Fei took a few steps forward and blocked Duan Lingtian's way. However, the moment she blocked Duan Lingtian's way, Duan Lingtian opened his arms and pulled her into his embrace as if he could predict the future. Li Fei's delicate body trembled. "I miss you." Duan Lingtian's mouth pressed against the girl's earlobe. He licked it and said softly. The girl's body froze as if she was struck by lightning. Cough cough. At this moment, a cough came from behind. Duan Lingtian's expression froze. He wondered if the old man was doing it on purpose. "Grandpa." Li Fei blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at the old man. "Grandpa." Duan Lingtian turned around, chuckled, and greeted the old man. "Ling Tian brat, I heard that you left for a few days. Where did you go?" Li De narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. "I didn't go anywhere. I just walked around the fog forest to see if I could find a spirit fruit that could increase the strength of the physical body." Duan Lingtian found an excuse. "Do you think that kind of spirit fruit fell from the sky?" Li De was speechless. He had also heard that Duan Lingtian ate the spirit fruit, causing his physical body to transform and gain the strength of two ancient mammoths. However, in his opinion, this kind of spirit fruit was something that could only be found by chance. "Grandpa, the spirit fruit that I got back then really fell from the sky. It even smashed a bump on my head." Duan Lingtian continued to speak without thinking. Li De's expression froze, and he was slightly embarrassed. That was a coincidence. It was absolutely a coincidence. Very quickly, Li De changed the topic. "Ling Tian brat, I saw the spirit sword you helped Kerr refine. It's not bad, surpassing ordinary grade 9 spirit weapons. However, it's still far from a grade 8 spirit weapon. Do you need Grandpa to help you raise the grade of your spirit swords to grade 8 spirit weapons? Grandpa, you probably don't just want to help us raise the grade of our spirit weapons, right?" Duan Lingtian saw through Li De's thoughts and laughed in ridicule. Li De's face flushed red. "Scoundrel! Grandpa wants to get some violet meteorite from you to help me raise my spirit weapon to grade 8 spirit weapon." Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. "I was only joking. If Grandpa wants it, I naturally won't refuse. Grandpa, I'll go get my mother's and Kerr's swords for you right now." Duan Lingtian directly returned home and gave the 3 violet myrtle flexible swords to the old man. "Extravagant, too extravagant." The old man looked at the 3 flexible swords and clicked his tongue. "Ling Tian brat, where did you get these violet meteorite from?" "When I was in Fresh Breeze Town, I bought them from the weapon shop. I think I spent 200 taels." Duan Lingtian said indifferently. 200 taels? The corners of the old man's mouth twitched, and only after a long time did he spit out 2 words. "Dog shit luck." The old man took the 3 swords back to his room as if he had obtained a treasure and went to work. Duan Lingtian once again sneak attacked Li Fei and pulled her into his arms. He laughed mischievously. "Little Fei, did you miss me these past few days?" "I didn't." Li Fei's face and ears flushed red. "You really didn't?" Duan Lingtian's hands moved dishonestly on Li Fei's hot body. "Don't move. Then tell me honestly, did you miss me?" "I did, I didn't hear you clearly." "I did." "That's enough, stinky rascal." "Hee hee, then I'll show you what a rascal is. The wolf is coming." "Ah! I don't want it." Duan Lingtian and Li Fei did not notice. At this moment, outside the courtyard, the white-clothed youth who had been standing there for a while walked away. "Duan Lingtian, even if the family doesn't punish you, I will kill you sooner or later. Just you wait." Li Qing's eyes were red, filled with hatred and jealousy. His heart was almost twisted. "Hey, isn't this Li Qing?" Suddenly, 2 youths walked over from not far away. The gray-clothed youth in the lead looked at Li Qing with a smile. "Lian, you better get lost, don't provoke me." Li Qing's face darkened as he shouted in a low voice. "Li Qing, do you really think you're still the same as before? In my eyes, the current you is just trash." Lian sneered and said in disdain, now, in the Li clan's younger generation, only Duan Lingtian can be my opponent. You're not worthy. You're courting death. Li Qing's expression was ferocious as his figure flashed and pounced towards Lian's swimming dragon steps. Dark nether finger. Li Qing pointed out with his finger, flashing straight towards Lian. The strength of 3 ancient mammoths exploded out. Humph. You're not the only one at the second level of the core formation stage. Lian sneered and took a step forward. Above him, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared as well. Bang! Lian directly moved forward and blocked Li Qing's finger with a punch. Its momentum didn't decrease in the slightest as it smashed onto Li Qing's body, blasting Li Qing flying. Li Qing, if your dark nether finger wasn't crippled, even if I broke through to the second level of the core formation stage, I still wouldn't be a match for you. Unfortunately, trash will always be trash. Don't even think of standing up again in this lifetime. Lian arrived beside Li Qing and sneered. Li Qing's face was ashen, and he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes even emitted dense hatred. Lian. Duan Lingtian. He wouldn't let any of them off. Remember, your grandfather is already dead. You don't have anyone to rely on in the Li clan anymore. Next time, don't be so arrogant in front of me, or else I'll beat you up every time I see you. Lian threatened before leaving. Li Qing struggled to stand up, took a deep breath, and made a decision. He went back to pack his things, took the inheritance left behind by his grandfather, Li Tai, and left the Li clan. He left with hatred in his heart. When Duan Lingtian heard that Li Qing had left the Li clan, he was slightly surprised. Although he didn't have the slightest good impression of Li Qing, needless to say, Li Qing's actions still caused him to feel slight admiration in his heart. Not everyone had the courage to leave the large tree that was the Li clan and wander the world. Once he did this, it meant that he would have to start all over again. Without anyone to rely on, he could only rely on himself for everything. What he didn't know was that Li Qing had coincidentally gone to Triumph City when he left this time. Even to the extent that, 5 days ago, the son of our Swallow Mountain County's county governor had his arm cut off outside of Triumph City. Violet-cloaked youth. Sword cultivator. 16 years old. Duan Lingtian just happened to not be in the Li family at that time. I can be sure that it was him. After Li Qing left the Li clan, he rode his horse aimlessly and just happened to arrive at Triumph City. He heard about the recent events that had caused much discussion in Triumph City. Perhaps, this is an opportunity for me. Li Qing's eyes shone. Very quickly, Li Qing arrived at the Lu clan's mansion. I know who cut off the arm of the county governor's son. A single sentence allowed Li Qing to move unimpeded in the Lu clan and smoothly see the person he wanted to see. In the spacious audience hall, the well-dressed youth sat at the head of the table, his face slightly pale. On both sides of the well-dressed youth stood a young girl and an old man. You know who injured my young master? Chapter 91. How formidable was a nascent soul martial artist? The old man's aura descended onto Li Qing's body, pressuring Li Qing to the point his body trembled and his face went pale. But Li Qing still gritted his teeth and persevered. As far as he was concerned, this bit of pain was nothing compared to the humiliation Duan Lingtian and Lian gave him. Not bad, second level of the core formation stage, able to forcefully withstand my aura without taking a step back. Not to mention your natural talent, this tenacity is extremely rare. What's your name? The old man glanced deeply at Li Qing. I'm called Cho Shui. According to the plan in his heart, Li Qing made up a name. From today onwards, he wasn't Li Qing anymore, but Cho Shui. Cho Shui. Using this to remind himself of the bloodthirsty hatred he bore. Cho Shui, I'm the third son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, Pei San. Do you really know who severed my arm? The youth that sat at the head looked down at Li Qing from above. Although his severed arm was barely reattached, it wasn't as nimble as before and was already unable to execute martial skills. Such a blow caused these past few days to feel like years to him, and living was worse than death. He wished for nothing more than to immediately find the culprit and execute him. Third young master, if I'm not wrong, the person that severed your arm struck out with his sword extremely quickly, swift like lightning, and the sword entered its sheath as soon as it left its sheath. Is that so? Li Qing looked at Pei San as he asked. Who is he? Pei San's eyes lit up and his face flushed red as he became excited. So long as you tell me who he is, 10,000 gold, a group of beauties, medicinal pills, spirit weapons, cultivation methods, martial skills. I can reward you with anything. Third young master, I don't want any of these. Li Qing slowly shook his head. Then what do you want? Pei San suppressed the excitement in his heart and his face sank. I want to follow by third young master's side and return to the county city together. As long as my cultivation breaks through to the origin core stage, I'll surely tell third young master who severed your arm and where he came from. Li Qing's gaze flickered as he stared at Pei San. You're quite the schemer. Seeing that I'm eager for vengeance, you're certain that I'll help you step into the Yuan Dan stage at all costs, right? Pei San's face turned cold. He knew what Li Qing was thinking. Li Qing was silent. That was exactly what he was planning. In his opinion, as long as he stayed by the side of this county governor's son and had his full support, he would definitely be able to step into the origin core stage in the shortest amount of time. Within Swallow Mountain County, the strongest power was none other than the county governor's office. If he had the full support of the county governor's mansion, it would only be a matter of time before he stepped into the primal core realm. At that time, he would return to the Li clan and kill Lian. As for Duanling Tian, he would humiliate and torture him before handing him over to Pei San. How dare you? The old man's gaze turned cold. Since you already know the identity of my young master, then you should know the methods of our county governor's estate. If you don't tell me, I'll kill you on the spot. You can kill me, but your young master will never find the murderer again. Facing the old man's aura, Li Qing remained calm and fearless. Do you really think I don't dare kill you? The old man took a step forward and struck out with his vast palm. Origin energy blossomed and slapped onto Li Qing's body, causing Li Qing to be blasted flying. Li Qing landed on the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. A wisp of a smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. I was really sure that you wouldn't dare kill me. The old man's face sank as he looked at Pei San. Very good, very good. Pei San was so angry that he started laughing instead. He said to the young girl beside him, Sister Ru, arrange for someone to take him to recuperate. Yes, third brother. The young girl complied and went to arrange. In a short while, only Pei San and his servant remained. Young master, are you really going to take him back to the county city? The old man frowned slightly. Grandpa Huai, I can tell that for a fugitive like blood enmity, it would be impossible to pry open his mouth even if he was tortured. Why don't we take advantage of the situation and take him back to the county city? After we return to the county city, we can investigate his background. If we can find the murderer because of this, then he would have no value. If we can't find the murderer, then we will fulfill his wish. When he steps into the primordial core stage and finds the murderer for me, that will be the day he dies. A cold light flickered in Pei San's eyes as he spoke of his plan. He was the dignified son of the Swallow Mountain County's county chief. How could he allow others to threaten him? In his heart, the other party was already a dead man. Young master is wise. The old man nodded. This was the best method. Aurora City, Li family's mansion. In a room within a spacious courtyard. Wang. Behind the screen, a fully naked young man stood up from the bathtub. The defensive chi on his body raged like gusts of strong wind that whistled past. Greater teleportation has finally been cultivated to the mastery stage. The young man's face revealed a satisfied smile. He walked out of the bathtub, put on dry clothes, and walked out of the courtyard. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Once he entered the courtyard, the young man's figure flashed as if he had transformed into a nimble spirit serpent, incomparably fast. In a moment, he coiled around a large tree and soared up. In a moment, he swept across the ground, extremely agile. Hiss hiss, on the trunk of the large tree, two little pythons, one black and one white, looked at the young man's figure flashing with interest. Their sharp eyes revealed docility and infatuation. Suddenly, the young man stood up and took a step forward. Dragon's finishing touch. In an instant, the young man's hands danced like the wind, sometimes forming a fist, sometimes forming a palm. Origin energy whistled, and it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. Whoosh! Right after this myriad of mist, a finger condensed from origin energy instantly pointed out, and a piercing whistle sounded out as it landed on a stone pillar. Bang! Instantly, the stone pillar exploded with the point of impact as the center, causing stone fragments to swirl in the air. As expected of the offensive martial skill matched with the 9 dragons war sovereign techniques raging python form mental cultivation method. This dragon's finishing touch, in terms of might, surpasses Li Qing's dark mysterious finger and isn't inferior to Xiao Yu's universe in the sleeve. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his hand and stood there, a trace of a smile appearing on his face. Dragon's finishing touch emphasized the use of whistling fists and palms to disrupt the opponent's line of sight, as if painting an eyeless dragon. Finally, an extremely powerful finger would be pointed out, directly striking the opponent's vital point. This move had the ingenuity of the dragon's finishing touch. Therefore, this martial skill was named Dragon's Finishing Touch by Emperor Wu of Samsara. Dragon's Finishing Touch fused with the high-grade profound-level martial skill cloud-piercing finger that Samsara Emperor Wu cultivated during his second lifetime. I fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu and also inherited Samsara Emperor Wu's comprehension of cloud-piercing finger. That year, Samsara Emperor Wu's cloud-piercing finger was cultivated to the perfection stage. Therefore, I only spent half a month's time to cultivate Dragon's Finishing Touch, which is superior to the cloud-piercing finger, to the mastery stage. Duan Ling Tian smiled with satisfaction. Presently, the might of the dragon's finishing touch had already completely surpassed the Xingyi fist that he was most proficient in, the collapsing fist. At this moment, only a month had passed since the last gathering of geniuses. Presently, the 3 high-grade profound-level martial skills that I've cultivated, Dragon's Finishing Touch, Greater Teleportation, and Spirit Serpent Movement Technique, have all stepped into the mastery stage. However, among them, only Dragon's Finishing Touch has touched the threshold of the perfection stage. When Duan Ling Tian thought up to here, he even more diligently cultivated Dragon's Finishing Touch. Strike while the iron is hot, there will surely be a miraculous effect. Duan Ling Tian, you're really diligent. No wonder you have such a shocking cultivation at such a young age. Right at this moment, a burst of hearty laughter sounded from outside the courtyard. Duan Ling Tian heard the sound and looked over. He saw a figure standing outside the courtyard. It was precisely Lin Qi. Why have you come? Duan Ling Tian welcomed Lin Qi into the courtyard and asked curiously. Duan Ling Tian, a few days ago, a few guests from Aqua Mist City's He clan came to our Lin clan. One of them is the #1 youth of the He clan. Originally, it wasn't a big deal, but after this person defeated my brother in a spar, he arrogantly said that there was no one in our Aurora City's younger generation. Today, he even arrogantly set up an arena in the northern part of the city and challenged the younger generation of Aurora City. Meng Quan was also defeated by him. Lin Qi explained the reason for his visit. I came this time to ask you to teach him a lesson and let him know that there is always someone better than him. Could it be that even Xiao Yu isn't his match? Duan Ling Tian stared blankly. Lin Qi smiled bitterly. Xiao Yu left half a month ago to visit his family. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian nodded and left the Li clan mansion with Lin Qi. If he had only inadvertently heard of this matter, he wouldn't have cared and wouldn't have fought for the so-called glory of Aurora City. The reason why he went was because of his friend, Lin Qi. Arriving at the northern part of the city, Duan Ling Tian saw a simple combat arena. Currently, the combat arena was surrounded by people. Among them, there was no lack of young martial artists from the Li clan, Duan Ling Tian. Soon, many people recognized Duan Lingtian and their eyes lit up. Duan Lingtian is here, he can definitely defeat this guy from Aqua Mist City's He clan. That's for sure. This guy from the He clan took advantage of the fact that our Aurora City's Xiaoyu wasn't here to be so arrogant. Now that Duan Lingtian is here, let's see how he continues to be arrogant. Duan Lingtian, I support you, kill him. The surrounding crowd was incomparably enthusiastic. This made Duan Lingtian feel somewhat flattered. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian saw that on the combat arena, a person was knocked out of the combat arena and fell towards him. Li Zhong. Duan Lingtian recognized the youth who fell and raised his hand to grab his shoulder, allowing him to steadily land on the ground. Li Zhong was a bit embarrassed. After seeing that the person who saved him was Duan Lingtian, his gaze was complicated. Thank you. Taking a deep breath, Li Zhong said sincerely. Duan Lingtian nodded slightly and patted Li Zhong's shoulder. Are you alright? I'm fine. Li Zhong shook his head. You're Duan Lingtian, Aurora City's current #1 genius on the Hidden Dragon ranking. At this moment, on the combat arena, a blue-clothed youth looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in disdain. However, Duan Lingtian ignored him. You! The blue-clothed youth flew into a rage out of humiliation. Duan Lingtian, Aqua Mist City's He clan's He Jun, officially challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Do you dare to accept the challenge? The surrounding crowd's gazes all fell onto Duan Lingtian. Humph. Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. His legs shook as he borrowed the force to ascend onto the combat arena. Duan Lingtian, go for it. Duan Lingtian, defeat him. Duan Lingtian, I love you, ah. Chapter 92. Chi. He Jun sized up Duan Lingtian for a moment and sneered, is there no one else in Aurora City? A 16-year-old kid can be ranked first in the Hidden Dragon list and become the #1 person in the younger generation of Aurora City? Idiot, so what if he's 16? Talk about it when you can defeat Duan Lingtian. Exactly, don't be unable to even withstand a single move from Duan Lingtian when the time comes. That would truly be embarrassing. Someone in the crowd made fun of him. He Jun's face sank. Looks like they're quite confident in you. He Jun looked at Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian still didn't reply, as if he didn't hear He Jun at all. Kid, I'm talking to you. He Jun's face sank. It was the first time he was disregarded like this. Even though they haven't fought yet, their realms have already been determined. Duan Lingtian is worthy of being the #1 person in the Hidden Dragon list. Even if Mtitai collapses in front of him, his expression won't change. Yeah, unlike this He Jun who's flustered and exasperated. In terms of bearing, he's not on the same level as Duan Lingtian. On the same level? You think too highly of him. I think he's thousands of miles away from Duan Lingtian. Hearing the ridicule of the crowd, He Jun's face became more and more unsightly. Let's see how long you can pretend for. He Jun was enraged. His figure trembled like a rock spreading its wings as he flashed straight towards Duan Lingtian. 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. This He Jun was obviously a second-level core formation martial artist as well. Whoosh! Seeing He Jun flashing over, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. No wonder He Jun was able to defeat Lin Zhua, he had some ability. His movement technique was the same as his, a high-grade profound rank movement technique at the mastery stage. Watch me send you flying with one punch. He Jun shouted out explosively as his fist flashed out like a cannonball. Fist images whistled as they blasted towards Duan Lingtian. From the beginning to the end, Duan Lingtian stood in the same spot, unmoving like a mountain. Even when He Jun was in front of him, he still had a calm expression. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Duan Lingtian moved. Dragon painting. Duan Lingtian's hands danced as elemental energy filled the air. In the eyes of the surrounding people, including He Jun, Duan Lingtian's hands were not dancing randomly. It was as if they were following some kind of mysterious trajectory. Break! He Jun's gaze turned cold. His fist was like a collapsing mountain, smashing towards the palm and fist shadows that Duan Lingtian had created. Soon, his expression changed. That was because he realized that his punch had hit nothing but air. He didn't even touch his opponent. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Above his head, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, finishing touch. Duan Lingtian's finger flashed out, penetrating through the layers of mist that were suffused with origin energy, and a piercing howl that was deafening resounded out. His finger tapped onto He Jun's fist, instantly shattering his defensive chi barrier. Ah! He Jun emitted a shrill cry as he was blasted flying, falling onto the ground in an incomparably sorry state. His left hand tightly clasped onto his right hand. He noticed that one of his finger bones had shattered, and the heart-piercing pain caused his body to start trembling. He Jun consumed a grade 8 gold injury pill in a panic, then looked at Duan Lingtian with a fearful expression. In his eyes, this 16-year-old youth was no different than a demon. Too terrifying. Duan Lingtian is so strong. Supposedly, when Duan Lingtian defeated Xiaoyu, he used the strength of 4 ancient mammoths. Today, he only used the strength of 3 ancient mammoths to defeat this He Jun. Obviously, Duan Lingtian was holding back. This He Jun probably can't even defeat Xiaoyu. The number 1 disciple of Aqua Mist City's He clan's younger generation is only so-so. The crowd was in an uproar. One must keep a low profile. If you don't have any ability, then don't go around setting up arenas. Duan Lingtian ignored He Jun. Under numerous gazes of admiration and reverence, he leaped off the arena and kicked the support at the side of the combat arena. Hua! Instantly, the combat arena collapsed with a bang. He Jun was buried within. He Jun crawled out in a sorry state, his face covered in dust, like a refugee. Ha 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 ha! Instantly, the crowd roared with laughter. Amidst the loud laughter, He Jun's expression was unsightly as he dashed away. Huh! Duan Lingtian, formidable. Lin Chi came to Duan Lingtian's side and gave him a thumbs up, as if he was even more excited than himself winning. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, another 2 people came to Duan Lingtian's side. Li Zhong and Li Xiao. Is something the matter? Duan Lingtian looked at Li Zhong and asked in puzzlement. Hurry up and speak. Li Zhong glared at Li Xiao and reprimanded. Li Xiao's body trembled as he looked at Duan Lingtian with trepidation. Duan Lingtian, I apologize for what I did to you in the past. I hope you can forgive me. Louder, did you not eat? Li Zhong snorted coldly. He did not give any face to this brother of his. Alright, let bygones be bygones. Duan Lingtian waved his hand and smiled. This Li Zhong's character was not bad. Thinking back, the conflict between him was all because of his brother Li Xiao. Slap! Li Zhong slapped Li Xiao's head. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and thank me. Thank you, thank you. Li Xiao smiled bitterly and hurriedly said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian glanced at Li Xiao indifferently and walked out with Lin Chi. The crowd automatically opened up a path for them. The gazes that fell on Duan Lingtian were filled with reverence. Looking at Duan Lingtian and Lin Chi's figures from afar, the crowd came back to their senses. He's too powerful. He defeated He Jun from the He clan in one move. As expected of the young genius who defeated Xiaoyu and is ranked first on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Duan Lingtian is only 16 years old. I'm sure that in the next 2 years, he will still be ranked first on the Hidden Dragon ranking. Nonsense, I'm sure of that too. In the restaurant, Duan Lingtian and Lin Chi sat opposite each other. Duan Lingtian was originally preparing to go home, but Lin Chi forcefully dragged him to the restaurant, saying that he had something to say to him. What do you want to say? Why come to a restaurant? It's so grand. Can't you just say it on the way? Duan Lingtian looked at Lin Chi. Duan Lingtian, what plans do you have? Lin Chi went straight to the point. What plans? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I'm asking you what plans you have for the future. Lin Chi smiled bitterly. I don't know for now. Duan Lingtian shook his head and thought in his heart. Hearing Lin Chi say this, he couldn't help but recall the Iron Blood Army's genius camp he heard about last time. 5 months from now would be the day of the genius camp test. Duan Lingtian, although you're considered to be a member of the Li family, you're a disciple with another surname after all. In the Li family, you'll at most be an elder, and the position of patriarch is destined to have no fate with you. Lin Chi continued. You fellow, if you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush. Duan Lingtian scolded with a smile. Then I'll be frank. Lin Chi took a deep breath and slowly said, half a month ago, my aunt came back once and heard about you. She's very interested in you. Pooh! Duan Lingtian's face trembled when he heard this, and he spat out the rice he hadn't swallowed yet onto Lin Chi's face. F***K. Lin Chi, although I'm not against a relationship between an older woman and a younger man, this kind of relationship that crosses generations is really not suitable for me. You should ask your aunt to find someone else. Duan Lingtian said in all seriousness. Lin Chi was dumbstruck. After coming back to his senses, Lin Chi wiped off the rice and saliva that Duan Lingtian spat on his face and scolded with a smile, You fellow, can you stop thinking in that direction for everything? My aunt got married long ago, and her son is already over 10 years old. Wasn't it you who said that your aunt was interested in me? Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Was he thinking too much? She's interested in your natural talent and comprehension ability. Lin Chi rolled his eyes at Duan Lingtian. Why didn't you say so earlier? Duan Lingtian shook his head and continued to eat with his head lowered, sweeping away the food like a whirlwind. My aunt is the person in charge of the Purple Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County. Lin Chi said. So what? Duan Lingtian said as he ate. You couldn't have never heard of the Purple Tulip Trading Company, right? Lin Chi looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at an alien. Seeing Duan Lingtian nod his head, he was completely speechless. Just how uninformed was this fellow? The Purple Tulip Trading Company is one of the 3 great trading companies of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Their businesses are spread throughout 6 of the 18 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, including Swallow Mountain County, Lin Chi introduced. Wait. You're saying that this Purple Tulip Trading Company occupies 6 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and your aunt is the person in charge of one of the counties? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. That's right. Lin Chi had a face full of pride. Even though my aunt's natural talent in the martial Dao is average, she has a mind for business. Early on, she obtained the favor of the president of the Purple Tulip Trading Company, and later on, she slowly rose to her current position. The restaurant we're eating at now is one of the businesses of the Purple Tulip Trading Company. In addition, the businesses of the Purple Tulip Trading Company can be said to be pervasive, even to the extent that they can be found in remote small towns. As long as it has the prefix Purple Caltrip, Golden Flower, or Agarwood, it is one of the businesses of the Purple Tulip Trading Company. Lin Chi continued speaking as if he was very familiar with it. Agarwood? Duan Lingtian came to a sudden realization. So the largest Agarwood restaurant in Fresh Breeze Town was one of the businesses of the Purple Tulip Trading Company. I'm not interested in doing business. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Who asked you to do business? Lin Chi said angrily, My aunt is interested in you because of your natural talent in the martial Dao and comprehension ability. At the same time that the Purple Tulip Trading Company's wealth is comparable to that of a nation, it has naturally been coveted by many people. Therefore, the Purple Tulip Trading Company has cultivated many experts to be in charge of protecting the properties of the trading company. My uncle is the commander of the guards of the Purple Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County. He is an emptiness realm expert, and even the Swallow Mountain County's county governor has to treat him with respect when he sees him. Lin Chi finished speaking in one breath. Your aunt wants me to become a guard of the Purple Tulip Trading Company. Duan Lingtian's gaze was strange. My aunt said that as long as you are willing to join the Purple Tulip Trading Company, the Purple Tulip Trading Company will unreservedly cultivate you. In the future, you might even have the opportunity to take over my uncle's position and become the commander of the guards of the Purple Tulip Trading Company in Swallow Mountain County. Lin Qi looked at Duan Lingtian with a face full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. In other words, even if I go to the Purple Tulip Trading Company, I will only be a commander of the guards until I die. Duan Lingtian was full and put down his bowl and chopsticks. Commander of the guards? Chapter 93. It means the same as the guard commander. Duan Lingtian explained. Do you know what the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company represents? Lin Qi was slightly exasperated. Represents what? Duan Lingtian was slightly curious. The Violet Tulip Trading Company only has a total of 7 guard commanders, and every guard commander is an emptiness realm expert. While they protect the Violet Tulip Trading Company, they can also obtain many resources from the Violet Tulip Trading Company, such as Grade 7 medicinal pills, Grade 7 spirit weapons, and wealth that they and their families can never finish spending in their lifetime. Lin Qi was slightly excited. Are you done? That's all? Duan Lingtian asked. Are you done? That's all? Seeing Duan Lingtian's calm expression, as if he didn't care in the slightest, Lin Qi couldn't help but stare. This is something that you can't obtain even if you're an elder of the Li clan for your entire lifetime. What, it still doesn't attract you? Go back and tell your aunt that I'm not interested. Duan Lingtian shrugged and lightly smiled. You really intend to be an elder of the Li family for your entire lifetime? Lin Qi was dazed. Who said I want to be an elder of the Li family? Duan Lingtian shook his head and slowly walked away, only leaving behind a sentence for Lin Qi. My ambition isn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Ambition isn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Lin Qi was dumbstruck. He would occasionally dream of becoming the guard commander of the Violet Tulip Trading Company, or the county governor of one of the 18 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, and he would always wake up from his dream with a smile. As far as he was concerned, these were all his extravagant hopes. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, he directly said his ambition wasn't in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This was simply not putting the things he dreamed of in his eyes. Perhaps, it's precisely because he has such lofty ambitions that he was able to have such a cultivation at such a young age. Compared to him, I'm simply a frog at the bottom of a well. The corners of Lin Qi's mouth held a bitter smile. At this moment, he seemed to have understood many things. But Duan Lingtian didn't know. Because of what he had just said, Lin Qi's life had undergone an earth-shaking change. Of course, this was all in the future. Duan Lingtian's life gradually returned to peace. He spent his days cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Dragon's Finishing Touch, Spirit Serpent Movement Skill, concocting medicinal liquids, and refining medicinal pills, in private. Today, he would flirt with Kerr, and tomorrow, he would flirt with little Fei. His days were rather carefree. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. In the past 3 months, Duan Lingtian's strength had undergone a tremendous change. His cultivation had advanced from the first level of the core formation stage to the second level of the core formation stage. Moreover, he'd completed the process of tempering his fleshly body with origin energy and was charging towards the third level of the core formation stage. The offensive martial skill, Finishing Touch of the Dragon, had been cultivated to the perfection stage. With the help of a large amount of Blood Lingji's medicinal liquid, his defensive martial skill, Greater Shift, had also entered the realm of perfection. Instead, it was the movement technique, Spirit Serpent Movement Skill, that Duan Lingtian seemed to have fallen into a bottleneck that was difficult to break through and was unable to break through. As for Kerr, her cultivation had stepped into the third level of the core formation stage half a month ago. The high-grade profound rank sword skill, Freezing Sword, that came with Han Bing's God Sword technique had been cultivated to the mastery stage. The defensive martial skill, substitution, had been cultivated to the perfection stage. The movement technique, profound steps, had been cultivated to the perfection stage. Kerr's natural talent and comprehension ability in the martial Dao had once again shocked Duan Ling Tian. As for Li Fei, Duan Ling Tian gave her the other spirit containment pill that he'd refined that day, allowing her to disperse her origin energy and recultivate a top-grade cultivation technique. The top-grade cultivation technique he passed down to Li Fei was the Sun-Moon Star technique. It was the cultivation technique cultivated by a close friend of Samsara Emperor Wu's in his first lifetime, Star Emperor Wu, and was on par with Han Bing's God's Sword technique and Demonic Beauty Divine technique. In terms of martial skills, Li Fei had previously cultivated high-grade profound rank martial skills, so Duan Ling Tian didn't pass them down to her. After Li Fei recultivated, her cultivation had stepped into the second level of the core formation stage and was about to break through to the third level of the core formation stage. Duan Ling Tian had once asked his mother, Li Ro, about her cultivation. But Li Ro only smiled every time, revealing all sorts of mysteries that even Duan Ling Tian was unable to find out. However, Duan Ling Tian was sure. His mother's cultivation had absolutely far surpassed before. Duan Ling Tian sat in his courtyard and played with the two little pythons on the table. During these 3 months, the two little pythons had swallowed many medicinal pills that Duan Ling Tian had refined, and their strengths had improved as well. They'd both stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage and were only a step away from the origin core stage. Two little freaks. Looking at the two little pythons, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth curled into a bitter smile. Who would have thought that in his family, the strongest wasn't him and Kerr, nor was it his mother, but rather these two variant little pythons. Half a month ago, Duan Ling Tian had once brought the two little pythons deep into the misty forest to test their strength. With great difficulty, he finally found a 9th level core formation fierce beast that wasn't afraid of the little python's aura, but it was actually easily pierced through and died. The horn on top of their heads completely ignored the fierce beast's tough leather armor. Rascal! Suddenly, a voice sounded from outside the courtyard. A young girl with a hot figure wearing light violet clothes walked into the courtyard in large strides and sat across from Duan Ling Tian without being courteous as she started playing with the two little pythons. Rascal, accompany me to the misty forest. Why? Duan Ling Tian's gaze completely descended upon the young girl's well-developed pair of jade peaks, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he asked. Stinking rascal, where are you looking? Li Fei glared at Duan Ling Tian and said, I just broke through, so I want to go find those fierce beasts to try. You broke through? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Yeah. Li Fei nodded and smiled. Grandfather said that my rapid improvement was all thanks to the high-purity origin increasing pills you refined. If it was an origin increasing pill refined by an ordinary alchemist, even if I cultivated the Solar Moon Star technique, I would still need at least half a year to break through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Of course, don't you know who I am? Duan Ling Tian laughed complacently. In terms of medicinal efficacy, an origin increasing pill with a purity of 90% or above is at least 2 times stronger than the origin increasing pills sold in the Aurora City's trade market. Under the circumstances that the absorption speed is the same, if you consume the Saint Origin pill I refined, your cultivation speed will be 2 times faster than someone who consumes an ordinary origin increasing pill. I know you're amazing, egomaniac. Li Fei angrily scolded Duan Ling Tian. She still remembered that when she found out about the medicinal efficacy of the origin increasing pill refined by Duan Ling Tian, her grandfather was stunned for a long time before actually cursing out loud. That was the first time in her entire life that she saw her grandfather lose his composure like that. When she found out from her grandfather what an origin increasing pill with a purity of 90% or above represented, she was shocked as well. According to her grandfather's words, an origin increasing pill in the Aurora City's trade market was worth 5,000 silver. If the origin increasing pill refined by Duan Ling Tian were to be sold, just one pill would be able to fetch at least 100,000 silver. Kerr is cultivating, so let's not disturb her. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian said to Li Fei. After greeting his mother, Li Ro, Duan Lingtian looked at the two little pythons that were eagerly looking at him. He glared at them and said, "You two little fellows, stay at home obediently. If you dare to follow me, I'll turn you two into a pot of snake soup." As long as he brought the two little pythons into the dense fog forest, he could forget about encountering any ferocious beasts. Unless it was some high-level ferocious beasts, the other ferocious beasts would sense their aura from afar and hide. The two little pythons nodded their heads in grievance, as if they could already understand the meaning behind Duan Lingtian's words. Then, they scuttled up the big tree in the courtyard and anxiously watched as Duan Lingtian and Li Fei left. Hiss hiss, after a short while, they forgot their worries and became cheerful again as they scuttled around the big tree. Duan Lingtian had already come to the dense fog forest no less than 10 times. He was very familiar with the place. "Rascal, let's go deeper this time." Li Fei was a little excited as her face flushed red. "You can go deeper, but you must not leave my line of sight." After entering the dense fog forest, Duan Lingtian's expression became serious as he said vigilantly. "Got it." Li Fei rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. At the beginning, she found it hard to understand. This young man was reckless and fearless outside, but once he entered the dense fog forest, he became cautious and cautious. Now, she was already used to Duan Lingtian's vigilance. However, she did not know that this was completely Duan Lingtian's instinct. This was an instinct that he developed from his previous life's special forces and mercenary career. Once he entered the forest, his nerves would quietly be tense and he would be vigilant of his surroundings for safety. In his previous life, because of this instinct, he escaped death no less than 10 times. Something's not right. After entering the inner area for a long time, Duan Lingtian and Li Fei did not see even a single ferocious beast. Duan Lingtian's expression became serious. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, two extremely fast figures swept across the sky and floated above Duan Lingtian and Li Fei's heads. These were two travel-worn middle-aged men. Both of them were dressed in black. One of them had a stiff face and no fluctuations in his expression could be seen. The other person had an ugly appearance and was greedily staring at Li Fei with a lustful gaze. Emptiness Realm Expert. Duan Lingtian's heart trembled. He never thought that an Emptiness Realm Expert would appear in the dense fog forest. An Emptiness Realm Expert was an existence that was above the nascent Soul Realm. Fly. There really are people who can fly. Li Fei's expression was sluggish. Although she had heard of Emptiness Realm Experts and knew that they could fly, she still couldn't help but be shocked when she saw it with her own eyes. Soon, she noticed the lustful gaze of one of the two people and frowned slightly. At this moment, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and stood in front of Li Fei. He stared at the Emptiness Realm Expert without fear. "How dare a mere ant stop me from looking at a beauty?" "Humph." The Emptiness Realm Expert snorted coldly. He condensed his voice into a line and blasted it into Duan Lingtian's ears. Instantly, Duan Lingtian's eardrums vibrated. Pooh! Duan Lingtian's face turned ghastly pale and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Just a snort was enough to injure Duan Lingtian. "Rascal!" Li Fei's expression changed and she quickly went to help Duan Lingtian. "I'm fine." Chapter 94. You are courting death. The Emptiness Realm Expert's face darkened as the raging aura on his body surged. A terrifying aura swept out and pressed down on Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. His body trembled as he resisted the Emptiness Realm Expert's aura. He didn't dare to move. Otherwise, Li Fei would definitely be affected. "Humph. I'd like to see how hard an ant like you is." The Emptiness Realm Expert sneered. The aura pressing down on Duan Lingtian suddenly rose. The pressure on Duan Lingtian's body had doubled. Duan Lingtian's pupils shrank. He gritted his teeth and resisted the pressure, remaining as motionless as a mountain. The Emptiness Realm Expert's eyes turned cold as killing intent rose in them. At this moment. "Enough, Sun Rui. Don't create unnecessary trouble." If you mess up the important matter, the sect leader won't forgive you. The other Emptiness Realm expert frowned and said coldly. Brat, remember this. In front of me, you are just an ant. If I wanted to kill you, it would be no different from stepping on an ant. I don't want to kill you. The Emptiness Realm expert destroyed Duan Lingtian's self-esteem with his words. Duan Lingtian's body trembled slightly. A cold light shot out from his eyes as if he was about to devour someone. Let's go. The two Emptiness Realm experts rose into the air and flew far away. Boom! Finally, Duan Lingtian couldn't hold on anymore. He fell limply to the ground and spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. The aura of the Emptiness Realm expert was extremely powerful. It wasn't something he could withstand. Just now, he had been holding on for so long. He couldn't hold on any longer. Rascal, you are injured. Li Fei's face turned pale. She was so anxious that her eyes turned red. She took out a grade 8 gold injury pill in a flurry and fed it to Duan Lingtian. After taking the pill, Duan Lingtian regained his breath. His eyes stared in the direction where the two Emptiness Realm experts had left. His killing intent was awe-inspiring. He wasn't a person who liked to cause trouble. However, if someone bullied him, he wouldn't let it go. Right now, his strength was indeed inferior to his opponents. However, he was still young and had the capital. Moreover, he had fused with the memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara. In his opinion, he would be able to catch up to Emperor Wu sooner or later, or even surpass him. At that time, he would make the other party regret what he had done today. Sun Rui. I'll remember it. Duan Lingtian engraved this name in his mind. This was the second person who made him want to kill since he came to this world. The first was Duan Lingxing from the Imperial City's Duan clan. It was also because Duan Lingtian's current fleshly body was extremely formidable, and merely the strength of his fleshly body was comparable to the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. So, after consuming the 8th grade gold injury pill and using his origin energy to dissolve the medicinal effects, his injuries had more or less recovered. At this moment, Li Fei stood to the side and stared at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were as gentle as water. Earlier, when facing those two void stage experts, she was extremely afraid in her heart, and her legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to move in the slightest. Right when she felt the most helpless, Duan Lingtian stood out and stood in front of her, like a fearless guardian god that shielded her from the wind and rain. He would rather be injured than allow others to harm her. Her heart began to tremble slightly. At this moment, she felt, this man was worthy of her entrusting her entire life to. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's nose twitched as if he smelled something, and his gaze focused slightly as he looked towards the distance. His figure flashed out and flashed over. Li Fei revealed a puzzled expression and followed after him. Duan Lingtian noticed. Behind the nearby bushes lay a person. More accurately speaking, it was a corpse. This was a young man whose entire body was covered in injuries, and he held a jade slip in his hand. The origin energy on his body could be vaguely seen gradually dissipating, and the wounds that were stopped by the origin energy gushed out dazzling fresh blood that flowed all over the ground. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian was able to smell the stench of blood and even notice him. Li Fei turned her head around when she saw this bloody scene, and her face was pale. This jade slip seems to be. Duan Lingtian picked up the jade slip, and through the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he found out what it was and fused his origin energy into it. A voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Fated person, I'm the Boundless Sect's young sect leader, Shangguanyu. Please be sure to take good care of the jade sword in my spatial ring. If you're able to cultivate to the void initiation stage in the future, you can go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom and get in touch with the owners of the other 8 jade swords. Then head to the Sword Monarch's treasure and use the 9 jade swords to open the treasure vault and obtain a great fortune. My Boundless Sect suffered a calamity of annihilation because of this jade sword. Besides that, if you have the chance to go to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, I hope you can give the voice transmission jade slip in my spatial ring to the solitary peak and hand it over to a reclusive old man called Shangguan Yen, out of consideration for the fact that I gave you this sword. Shangguan Yu thanks. Flowing lights flashed within Duan Lingtian's eyes when he heard this, and he was slightly excited. Duan Lingtian had heard of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The Crimson Sky Kingdom he resided in now was a subordinate kingdom of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, there were some martial emperors and martial emperors who liked to place some treasures in a certain place. Then, they would place restrictions on the treasures and distribute the keys, allowing the later generations to fight for them. To them, this was a game. Emperor Wu of Samsara had played this sort of game many times in the past as well. The treasures that Emperor Wu of Samsara originally planned to leave behind for his third lifetime were all hidden in the foreign lands, and to the current me, it's far beyond my reach. But this sword monarch's treasure is in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and it's very practical and readily available. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. A person that was able to be called a sword monarch was surely a martial monarch stage sword cultivator. Even though the martial monarch stage was a level inferior to Emperor Wu's stage, the treasures he left behind would surely be extremely precious. He removed the spatial ring on the young man's hand and dripped blood to establish ownership. Duan Lingtian was slightly pleasantly surprised. I never imagined that he was an alchemist as well. Look at this pile of precious materials that he collected, he ought to be a grade 7 alchemist. Not bad, these materials can save me a huge sum of money. This jade sword is one of the keys to the sword monarch's treasure. There's also this voice transmission jade slip. Duan Lingtian withdrew the jade slip and fused his origin energy into it. The voice once again entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Grandfather, the boundless sect is gone. Father and all the elders have died in battle. The one that annihilated the boundless sect was the Black Fiend sect. This voice transmission jade slip was precisely the jade slip that the young man asked Duan Lingtian to give to the old man. Looks like that Sun Rui is a member of the Black Fiend sect. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed with cold lights. As far as he was concerned, Sun Rui and the other void stage expert had surely come to pursue Shangguan Yu and seize the jade sword. Rascal, what are you daydreaming about? Li Fei's voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to return to his senses. The voice of the voice transmission jade slip could only be heard by the person who fused his origin energy into it, so Li Fei didn't know what had happened. Nothing, I feel that he's rather pitiful. Duan Lingtian shook his head, then lit a fire and cremated the young man's corpse. Little Fei, do you want to go back and rest? After so many things had happened, Duan Lingtian was slightly worried about Li Fei. Rascal, if you're tired and want to rest, we'll go back. Li Fei said softly. Duan Lingtian also noticed the change in Li Fei's attitude towards him. Looks like the hero saving the damsel in distress is always the strongest method to pick up girls. I'm fine, let's go ahead and take a look to see if there are any ferocious beasts suitable for you to hunt. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei continued to go deeper. During this time, they encountered many ferocious beasts, but the stronger ones were all killed by Duan Lingtian, leaving only a few ferocious beasts below the 4th level of the core formation stage for Li Fei. The more Li Fei killed, the more she enjoyed herself. Unknowingly, the sky had darkened. Looks like we can only stay here for the night. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were few. Duan Lingtian and Li Fei lay side by side on the thick trunk of a large tree as they looked up at the sky. Rascal, although I've heard that void stage experts can fly with their fleshly body, I thought it was just a rumor. I never expected that all of this was true. Li Fei's tone was slightly complicated. Some things may not be groundless. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled. Weren't you afraid of those 2 void stage experts today? Li Fei asked again. I was. Duan Lingtian said honestly. An emptiness realm expert would be able to kill him with just a wave of his hand. If he said he wasn't afraid, it would be a lie. Then you still protected me. Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian and said softly. Isn't it right and proper for a man to protect a woman? Moreover, don't forget that you're my fiancé. Of course I have to protect you. Not to mention void stage experts, even if a martial monarch or Emperor Wu came, I would still stand out to protect you at the first possible moment. Duan Lingtian smiled. Martial monarch? Emperor Wu? Li Fei was stunned. Obviously, she had never heard of it. A martial monarch is an existence that surpasses void transformation stage experts. As for Emperor Wu, he surpasses martial monarchs and is the strongest existence on Cloud Continent. Duan Lingtian explained. How do you know? Li Fei was slightly surprised. You'll know after reading more books. Duan Lingtian smiled. What kind of joke was this? He had inherited the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, so he naturally knew these things clearly. You said void transformation stage experts? What level is that? Li Fei was slightly curious. Little Fei, remember well. Above the nascent soul stage is the void stage. And the void stage is divided into 4 stages, the void prying stage, the void initiation stage, the void interpretation stage, and the void transformation stage. Duan Lingtian slowly explained. So that's how it is. Li Fei nodded lightly. Rascal, I've really underestimated you. So you know so much. Of course, don't you see who I am? Duan Lingtian was slightly complacent. Bah! I only praised you a few times and you're already arrogant. Li Fei said angrily. Little Fei, Don't call me rascal in the future. It's too unpleasant. Then I'll call you scoundrel in the future. Scoundrel? You actually called me scoundrel? I'll let you see if I'm a good scoundrel or a scoundrel. Ah! What do you want to do? Of course it's to prove that I'm not a scoundrel. Scoundrel, don't. Little Fei, I want you, no. You're not willing to give it to me? Not these few days, My period is coming. F***K. Just like this, Duan Lingtian climbed down from Li Fei's hot and delicate body while covered in dirt, but he still couldn't avoid touching her. Chapter 95. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian accompanied Li Fei to hunt fierce beasts for the entire morning. At noon, they left the misty forest and returned to Aurora City. After selling a pile of fierce beast pelts and parts for money, Duan Lingtian asked Li Fei to go back first while he went to the medicine store to look for Tang Ying. You came at the right time, I was just about to look for you these past few days. Tang Ying's eyes lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. The 6 treasures body tempering liquid has been sold out? No. I just concocted 2 large vats for you half a month ago. Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched. It's not the 6 treasures body tempering liquid, it's the blood crescent inscription. Tang Ying laughed. Blood crescent inscription? Your ghastly shadow organization doesn't seem to have any big movements in Aurora City recently, right? Duan Lingtian had a vigilant expression as he looked at Tang Ying. You wouldn't have taken those blood crescent inscriptions I inscribed for you and sold them outside, right? Tang Ying laughed awkwardly. It's up to you how you want to deal with them, but you better not involve me. Duan Lingtian frowned. Don't worry, I only sold them to some of the people in charge within the ghastly shadow organization. As for you, I never mentioned it. Tang Ying said. How many do you want this time? Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he asked. 30. Tang Ying pondered for a moment before speaking. You're really asking for an exorbitant price. But forget it, it's the last time I inscribed for you anyway. Duan Lingtian shrugged and said indifferently. The last time. Tang Ying was dazed, not understanding the meaning of Duan Lingtian's words. I'll be leaving Aurora City in a month. Duan Lingtian said. A month later? Tang Ying's eyes flickered and his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. You plan to go to the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp to participate in Paladin Academy's exam? You even guessed it. Duan Ling Tian was a little surprised. This actually isn't hard to guess. Since you intend to leave, you're surely unwilling to continue staying in Aurora City. With your natural talent and comprehension ability, entering Paladin Academy is undoubtedly your best choice. Since you intend to leave in a month, you'll surely go to the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. Tang Ying faintly smiled. Aren't there other tests to enter Paladin Academy? How do you know I'm not going to participate in other tests? Duan Ling Tian asked in confusion. There are other tests, but the places where those tests are carried out are all in the other 17 counties of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In our Swallow Mountain County, only the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp has this option. Tang Ying said again. Duan Ling Tian suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Right, how much do you know about the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp? I heard that it's very cruel inside, and it can be said that there's only a slim chance of survival. Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. The Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp is indeed cruel, but that's only for ordinary youths. For an abnormal person like you, as long as you know your place and don't go provoke those instructors, it'll be easy for you to survive a year. Tang Ying was very confident in Duan Ling Tian. Instructors? Could it be the soldiers of the Iron Blood Army? Duan Ling Tian was slightly curious. That's right, it's that group of lunatics from the Iron Blood Army, Tang Ying nodded. Lunatics? Duan Ling Tian was slightly puzzled. When you enter the Genius Camp in the future, you'll know why I call them lunatics. Tang Ying was rather fearful when he mentioned the people of the Iron Blood Army. Now that you mention it, I'm somewhat looking forward to it. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed. Although relying on the lifetime memories of Emperor Wu of Samsara, no matter which path he chose, he would surely be able to walk step by step to the peak of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. But Duan Ling Tian still chose the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp. Besides the persistence he had towards his military career in his previous life, there was also another reason. Once he passed the Genius Camp's exam, he would be able to obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Paladin Academy was in the Imperial City. Duan Lingxing was also in the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted a dense killing intent, and the aura on his body involuntarily swept out. Tang Ying felt Duan Lingtian's icy cold killing intent, and his expression greatly changed. This kind of killing intent was something even he didn't possess. He had at least over 100 lives in his hands, and he still hadn't nurtured such a terrifying killing intent. This kind of killing intent, I've only sensed it from one person. But, is that person someone this little guy can compare to? This little guy is only 16 years old, how could he possibly have this kind of killing intent? At this moment, Tang Ying only felt his scalp go numb. Although Duan Lingtian's current strength was far inferior to his, just this killing intent alone made him feel a pressure that came from the bottom of his heart. Even in the Ghastly Shadow organization, only one person was able to give him this kind of pressure with killing intent. That person was the #1 assassin of the Ghastly Shadow organization, Mei. I should go. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tang Ying and lightly smiled. He came to find Tang Ying because he wanted to ask him about the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, and now his goal had been achieved. Wait! Tang Ying called out to him. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. Duan Ling Tian, how about you don't go to the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp, and I recommend you to our Ghastly Shadow organization's headquarters, how about it? With your natural talent, coupled with my recommendation, you'll surely be able to obtain the organization's key nurturing and become our Ghastly Shadow's ace assassin. Tang Ying's eyes narrowed as he suggested. As far as he was concerned, as long as Duan Ling Tian joined the Ghastly Shadow, surpassing the current #1 assassin, Mei, would be just around the corner. Be an assassin? Not interested. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and said disapprovingly. Kid, you haven't experienced that kind of pleasure. Think about it, one day, even His Majesty, the Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, would have to go pale when talking about you. That kind of feeling would be so satisfying that it would absolutely be the highest spiritual enjoyment. With your natural talent and comprehension ability, I believe it won't be long before you'll become a top assassin of our ghastly shadow organization. Tang Ying's voice was filled with temptation. Not interested. Duan Lingtian shook his head. You have such a piercingly cold killing intent on your body. You're simply a natural-born assassin. It's such a waste not to be an assassin. Tang Ying had an expression that said he was eager to cherish talent. Killing intent? You're talking about this? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, an even more terrifying bloody killing intent swept out from his body and pressed down on Tang Ying's body. Tang Ying's face went pale as the origin energy around his body suffused, and only then did he barely block the bloody killing intent that whistled out from Duan Lingtian's body. Tang Ying was dumbstruck. This killing intent was even greater than their ghastly shadow organization's #1 assassin, Mei. Tang Ying, only now did I realize that you're actually so senseless. Just based on this, you've determined that I'm a natural-born assassin? If you go kill a few more people, your body will naturally be tainted with this kind of killing intent. Duan Lingtian glanced at Tang Ying with disdain. You kid, I'm curious, how many people have you killed that you dare to show off your slight skill in front of me, the person in charge of Aurora City's ghastly shadow? Tang Ying was slightly embarrassed. I can't remember clearly. Adding everything together, it's at least over 10,000, Duan Lingtian's gaze became slightly misty. Only after Duan Lingtian left did Tang Ying react. This kid really dares to speak without thinking. Over 10,000? Who would believe a little kid like him? Tang Ying didn't mind and only thought that Duan Lingtian was bragging. But he couldn't help but sigh. The ghastly shadow organization had lost a promising talent. After leaving the medicine store, Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless. Natural-born assassin? After all, the killing intent that originated from his soul was accumulated through the bloodshed of a mercenary in his previous life. Every time he went on a mission, if it was an assassination, the number of people who died by his hands was relatively small. If he carried out a large transaction in a certain area and used weapons of mass destruction, the number of people who died by his hands would range from a few dozen to a few hundred, or even a few thousand. When he said that he had once killed over 10,000 people, he was actually holding back. Walking into the Li family mansion, Duan Lingtian saw two people walking towards him. One was a youth around the age of 18, and the other was a young man around the age of 20. The youth was someone he was familiar with, Li Yuan. When Li Yuan saw Duan Lingtian, a trace of dread was emitted from between his brows as he lowered his head. He was obviously afraid of Duan Lingtian. The young man beside Li Yuan noticed Li Yuan's movements, and his gaze fell upon Duan Lingtian. Brother Yuan, who is he? You seem to be very afraid of him. Brother Guang, he's Duan Lingtian. The corners of Li Yuan's mouth were filled with a bitter smile. If it was said that before the start of the family martial meet, he still had the confidence to battle Duan Lingtian. However, during the family martial meet, he personally witnessed Duan Lingtian defeat Li Guang, and even defeat an inner court disciple at the core condensation stage. From that moment on, he knew that he no longer had the qualifications to compete with Duan Lingtian. Even when he met Duan Lingtian later on, he directly chose to admit defeat. Duan Lingtian? The #1 of this year's Hidden Dragon ranking? Li Guang's eyes focused, and his interest was piqued. Duan Lingtian. Li Guang stepped forward and blocked in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian frowned, and his gaze fell on Li Yuan. What, Li Yuan, what do you want? He naturally thought that it was Li Yuan who asked this person to block him. After all, he didn't know this person. I don't want anything, Brother Guang, let's go. Li Yuan had a bitter smile on his face. He knew that Duan Lingtian had misunderstood, so he hurriedly said to Li Guang. I heard that you stole my cousin's woman. Li Guang didn't pay attention to Li Yuan, and instead looked at Duan Lingtian. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. Your cousin's woman? Duan Lingtian didn't react. Li Wan is my cousin. Li Guang coldly snorted. Li Wan, when did I steal your woman? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Brother Guang, what nonsense are you talking about? Li Wan's face flushed red. Brother Yuan, when did you become so timid? This isn't like you in the past. Li Guang frowned, then looked at Duan Ling Tian and sneered. Do you have a girl called Ke by your side? She's the woman that my brother has taken a fancy to. If you know what's good for you, quickly leave her. Otherwise, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Li Wan was dumbfounded. When did he say that the girl beside Duan Ling Tian was his woman? He had only casually mentioned and praised her, saying that the girl's beauty wasn't inferior to Li Fei's. Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, and they were piercingly cold as he looked at Li Wan. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't say that. I really didn't say that. Li Wan was afraid, and he smiled bitterly. If you didn't say that, then he's speaking without thinking and slandering my Ke. Chapter 96. A dragon has a reverse scale, touch it and you'll die. Ke was Duan Lingtian's reverse scale. Noticing Duan Lingtian's gaze, Li Guang's eyes went cold as he shouted in a low voice, Duan Lingtian, so what if I spoke without thinking? Do you really think that you can look down on me just because you're the most outstanding youth in Aurora City? I don't know about others, but you. I really look down on you. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer. You're courting death. Li Guang's face went ghastly pale as he shouted out explosively. Bang! Origin energy raged as he punched out. The sound of air being torn apart sounded out as he flew menacingly towards Duan Ling Tian, as if he had the help of the gods. Above his head, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 4th level core formation martial artist. The moment Li Guang attacked, he used his full strength without holding back. 4th level of the core formation stage. No wonder you're so arrogant. Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly focused as he took a step forward and both his hands swept out. Whoosh! 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 Instantly, fist and palm silhouettes swept out as origin energy suffused the air, as if transforming into layers of overlapping mist. Suddenly. Whoosh! Finishing touch. Duan Ling Tian pointed out with his finger, tearing through the air as piercing howls sounded out without end, landing on Li Guang's fist that was approaching menacingly as if it had the help of the gods. Instantly, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared above Duan Lingtian's head as well. Ka! The clear sound of bones breaking sounded out. Ah! Instantly, Li Guang emitted a shrill cry as his body trembled and flew out 7 or 8 meters like an arrow that left the bow before crashing onto the ground in a sorry state. Subsequently, Li Guang could be seen holding onto his shattered finger bones as he heartbreakingly rolled on the ground, as if he would never know exhaustion. Li Wan was dumbstruck. Duan Ling Tian stepped into the 3rd level of the core formation stage. As far as he was concerned. In the past, because Duan Ling Tian had consumed the spirit fruit, his physical body had the strength of 2 ancient mammoths more than the average martial artist. Presently, Duan Ling Tian was able to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes. There was only one possibility. Duan Ling Tian had stepped into the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Brother Guang, are you okay? After regaining his senses, Li Wan walked over and helped Li Guang up. Duan Ling Tian stepped forward and stopped in front of Li Guang. His eyes were cold as ice. If you don't have the ability, then keep a low profile. Remember my words, there's always someone better. With that said, Duan Ling Tian left, ignoring Li Guang's gloomy expression and fiery eyes. A martial artist at the 4th level of the core formation stage was nothing to him now. Now that he, who was at the 2nd level of the core formation stage, exerted his full strength, he had the strength of 7 ancient mammoths, which was comparable to a 5th level core formation martial artist. Earlier, when he sent Li Guang flying, it was because he had held back and used less strength of an ancient mammoth. Otherwise, Li Guang's injuries would have been even worse. Duan Ling Tian had just entered his house when the 2 little pythons flew over and landed on his shoulder. They flicked out their tongues and licked his cheeks in an extremely intimate manner. "You two little fellows, it's only been a day and you've already missed me." Looking at the two little pythons, a smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. But in the next moment, his smile froze. Because he noticed that the two little pythons had leaped onto his hand and were eyeing the spatial ring on his hand. "I thought you two really missed me. But I didn't expect that you two were actually eyeing the origin-increasing pills in my spatial ring." Duan Lingtian jokingly scolded as he saw through the meaning in the eyes of the two little pythons. After taking out 2 origin-increasing pills and tossing them to the two little fellows, Duan Lingtian let them play at the side. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian walked to the door of Ker's room and noticed that Ker was still cultivating. Only then did he return to his room. After consuming an origin-increasing pill, he started cultivating as well. 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique, Raging Python Form. Presently, Duan Lingtian was charging towards the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Because of the uniqueness of the Raging Python form, after he stepped into the 2nd level of the core formation stage and completed tempering his body with origin energy, the strength of his fleshly body increased to a level comparable to the strength of 5 ancient mammoths. Adding on the fact that his origin energy was comparable to the strength of 2 ancient mammoths, it added up to the strength of 7 ancient mammoths. Once he breaks through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he will possess the strength of 8 ancient mammoths. If he completes the tempering of his fleshly body at the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he will possess the strength of 9 ancient mammoths. At that time, his strength will completely crush a 6th level core formation martial artist and directly chase after a 7th level core formation martial artist. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of foul air and stopped cultivating. After walking out of his room, he noticed that the food was almost ready, so he sat at the table and waited. After a short moment, the whole family gathered around to eat. "Mom, I plan to go to Iron Blood City with Xiaoyu in a month." Duan Lingtian ate a mouthful of rice as he spoke in a light voice. "Are you going to the genius camp?" Li Ro asked. "Mom, how did you know?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "Young master, big sister Fei Fei told us a long time ago. She said that during the last genius gathering, she noticed that you were extremely interested in the genius camp and that it was very likely that you would go, so she told me and Madam to be mentally prepared." Ker lightly smiled. A trace of warmth flashed within Duan Lingtian's heart. He never would have thought that Li Fei had already paved the way for him. He originally thought that he would have to appease the two beauties at home. "Tian, you've grown up. You must take good care of yourself when you're outside. No matter what happens, you must place your safety as the #1 priority." Li Ro slowly said. "Mom, I understand." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Young master, Ker can't bear to part with you." The young girl pursed her lips as she spoke in a light voice. "Silly girl, I'm only going for a year. After a year, I'll definitely obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. At that time, I'll bring you and Mom to the Imperial City." Duan Lingtian smiled. He had already planned all of this. He would leave after a month. In the following month, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian also became busy. First, he helped Tang Ying inscribe 30 blood crescent inscriptions. Duan Lingtian didn't plan to take a single copper for these 30 blood crescent inscriptions, and only wanted a promise from Tang Ying. During the year he left Aurora City for Iron Blood City, he wanted to protect his family. Duan Lingtian were assassins, not guards. Tang Ying laughed bitterly. "I originally wanted to take 3 million silver from you for the 30 blood crescent inscriptions, but now I won't take a single copper. Besides this, during the time I'm gone, we'll continue working together on the 6 treasures body tempering liquid. I'll let Ker help me concoct it for you." Duan Lingtian slightly frowned. "If you're unwilling, then forget it. I'll find someone else to work with for the 6 treasures body tempering liquid." And these 30 blood crescent inscriptions, I think the people from the Alchemist Guild and the Weapons Craftsman Guild will be very interested." "Stop. I promise you." Tang Ying laughed bitterly, but in the end, he still chose to compromise. Only then did Duan Lingtian leave in satisfaction. Afterwards, he went to look for the Li clan's patriarch, Liao. He still remembered. Liao owed him a promise. Patriarch, that day at the clan's martial meet, you made me admit defeat to Li Qing, and you once made me a promise. Do you still remember? Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Of course I remember. What, do you need my help with something? Liao asked. 1 month from now, I'll be heading to Iron Blood City and entering the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. I hope that during the time I'm not here, Patriarch can guarantee the safety of my family. Duan Lingtian said. You want to go to the Iron Blood Army's genius camp? Liao frowned. Duan Lingtian, once you enter the genius camp, you will have a slim chance of surviving. Have you really thought it through? Duan Lingtian nodded. I promise you. Liao nodded in agreement. Aurora City, Alchemist Guild. Kid, I was just about to go look for you. Seeing Duan Lingtian arrive, Sumo's face was full of smiles, and his face was glowing. Duan Lingtian's gaze focused as he said with slight surprise, Old man, you broke through. Chi. Sumo raised his hand, palm facing upwards, and a golden alchemy fire flashed. I just broke through the day before yesterday. Congratulations. Duan Lingtian smiled. It's all thanks to you that I was able to break through. After becoming a grade 7 alchemist, I've already applied to be transferred back to the county city. In a few days, I'll be leaving, and there will be someone to take over the mess in Aurora City. When Sumo spoke of the Aurora City's Alchemist Guild, his face was full of disdain. You said earlier that you were going to look for me, was it to say goodbye to me? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he was slightly surprised. That's right. Sumo nodded, then asked, you came to look for me for something? I also came to say goodbye to you. 1 month from now, I'll leave Aurora City and head to Iron Blood City to participate in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp exam. After passing the Genius Camp's training, I'll obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian slowly said. Paladin Academy is a good choice. With your talent, it won't be difficult to make a name for yourself in Paladin Academy. Sumo nodded. He already knew that everything Duan Lingtian did was to follow his master's instructions and undergo experiential learning, so he didn't dare to extend an olive branch to Duan Lingtian anymore. Old man, I hope we'll have the chance to meet again in the future. Duan Lingtian bid farewell to Sumo and left the Alchemist Guild. Sumo sent Duan Lingtian out the door, and a trace of heartfelt gratitude flashed through his eyes as he gazed at Duan Lingtian's disappearing figure from afar. It was all thanks to Duan Lingtian that he was able to become a grade 7 alchemist in such a short period of time. Since they were about to part, besides cultivating, Duan Lingtian didn't leave the Li family mansion. He properly stayed at home and accompanied Ke and his mother. The day of parting drew closer and closer. Fei, I'm going out for a moment. The old man's voice sounded from outside the room. Hearing this, Duan Lingtian looked at the young girl in front of him with shining eyes, sizing up the young girl's hot figure from head to toe. Little Fei, you can't run away today. Duan Lingtian pounced on her. In a short while, the young girl became a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The young man's breathing became hurried, and the desire that he had suppressed for several months was completely released. After more than an hour, the young man let out a low roar, and the rain stopped. Looking at the beautiful red rose on the sheet, the young man's mouth curled into a smile, his eyes full of gentleness as he took the young girl into his arms with a tender expression. The young girl frowned, seeming to be somewhat uncomfortable. Chapter 97. Early in the morning, outside of Aurora City, 3 large horses galloped out. It was precisely Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan. Once we arrive at Iron Blood City, we'll be able to see the young geniuses of Swallow Mountain County and the other 80 cities. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. On the galloping road, Meng Quan grinned foolishly. Yeah, Aurora City is only one of the 81 cities under Swallow Mountain County. There are 80 other cities that are similar to Aurora City, and they all surely have outstanding young geniuses. As for the county city, there are even more capable people. Xiao Yu deeply agreed. No matter what, the purpose of our trip is to stand out from these people and become a member of the Iron Blood Army's genius camp. Duan Lingtian's gaze was firm. Currently, Duan Lingtian had already temporarily thrown the reluctance to part to the back of his mind. What he wanted to do was to enter the genius camp, survive well, and obtain the qualifications to enter Paladin Academy. At that time, he would bring Ke, Li Fei, and his mother, Li Ro, to the Imperial City. And Li Fei's grandfather. The journey is long, try not to cause too much trouble on the way. Xiao Yu had a serious expression as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian and Meng Quan both nodded. Especially Duan Lingtian, he couldn't help but recall what happened outside of Triumph City that day. Luckily, the son of the county governor didn't pursue the matter to Aurora City. The three of them carefully traveled for a month before finally arriving at Iron Blood City. Although Iron Blood City was one of the 81 cities under Swallow Mountain County, it was different. Iron Blood City was the only city in Swallow Mountain County that didn't have to pay taxes to the county governor's estate. The taxes of Iron Blood City were all used to pay the Iron Blood Army. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he arrived outside Iron Blood City and looked at the city that was like an iron bucket. He would spend the next year at this place. So many people. Meng Quan's gaze fell on the city gate of Iron Blood City. There were groups of 3 to 5 youths galloping over from all the main roads. These people had obviously come for the Genius Camp test as well. Although the Genius Camp was cruel, there was still a chance of survival. If one could survive, then they would soar into the sky. There were still many people who wanted to take a gamble. Duan Lingtian and the other two followed the crowd and entered Iron Blood City. The road in front of him suddenly opened up. The endless stream of carriages and horses was bustling with noise and excitement. We're finally here. Motherf Ker, I've been on the road for 2 months. This is the first time I've traveled so far. 2 months is already good enough. There are still people who need to travel for nearly 3 months. Let's go. Let's find a place to take a good bath. Motherf Ker, I'm so itchy. 2 youths rode past Duan Lingtian and the other two. One of the youths complained all the way. 2 months. Meng Quan was dazed, then laughed bitterly. We've only been on the road for a month, and even I can't take it. I didn't expect that there would be people more miserable than us. Of course, Iron Blood City is located in the east of Swallow Mountain County. Our Aurora City is fine, as it's located in the southeast of Swallow Mountain County. For those people who are located in the extreme west of Swallow Mountain County, they need to travel for at least 3 months before arriving at Iron Blood City. Xiao Yu shook his head and smiled. During this 1 month of getting along with Xiao Yu, Duan Lingtian noticed a problem. Xiao Yu always had a cold expression when facing strangers. But when facing people he was familiar with, he was extremely casual. According to the words of his previous life, this was acting cool. No matter what, we've already arrived. Let's first find an inn to stay at. Duan Lingtian said. In next to no time, the 3 of them found a relatively clean inn to stay at. After resting for a few hours, the sky was already close to dusk. The 3 of them walked out of the inn and found a nearby restaurant to have a meal. During this 1 month, the 3 of them hadn't had a proper meal at the place. The restaurant's lobby was filled with people. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 was quite lucky, as a few people at a table near the window had just finished eating and left. There's really a lot of people. After Meng Quan sat down, he sighed with emotion. These few days every year should be the busiest time in Iron Blood City. Duan Lingtian sized up the surroundings for a moment and noticed that more than 60% of the people eating in the restaurant's lobby were youths. Moreover, most of them were wolfing down their food, obviously having not had a proper meal for many days. These people should be the same as them, young geniuses that had just arrived at Iron Blood City. In next to no time, 2 waiters came over and cleared away the leftovers on the table. "Let's have a proper meal today," Xiao Yu said with a smile. Suddenly, 4 youths arrived before the table of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. "You 3 hurry up and move aside. We want this table." One of the youths in blue had thick eyebrows and large eyes, and his voice was like muffled thunder. Duan Lingtian indifferently glanced at the blue-clothed youth and didn't pay attention to him. Xiao Yu was also too lazy to pay attention to him. On the other hand, Meng Quan's face sank as he angrily said, "On what basis? We've already taken this table. If you want a seat, wait for the others to finish eating." "Kid, do you know who we are?" The other youth in blue had an ominous glint in his eyes. "Who you are has nothing to do with me. I only know that this table is ours." Meng Quan argued with reason. "You 3 really want to go against our Yu clan? Our Yu clan is one of the 5 great clans of the county capital. It's not something that a small clan from a small city like yours can compare to." The gray-clothed youth berated. "A great clan from the county capital?" Meng Quan's face slightly changed. To Meng Quan, the 3 great clans of Aurora City were already considered colossi, not to mention a great clan from the county capital. That was simply a huge sin. "That's right, we're the disciples of the Yu clan." Seeing the change in Meng Quan's expression, the gray-clothed youth was slightly complacent. "Waiter, give us your restaurant's best signature dish." Duan Lingtian dug his ears as he looked at the waiter in the distance and instructed. "Also give us 2 bottles of good wine." Xiao Yu had a cold expression as he coolly added, "Yes, customer." Hearing this, the waiter hurriedly went to prepare. "Didn't you hear what I said?" The gray-clothed youth's face changed as he angrily stared at Duan Lingtian. The expressions of the other 3 youths beside him were extremely unsightly as well. "Xiao Yu, tell me, how can there be such an annoying creature like a fly in this world?" Duan Lingtian looked at Xiao Yu and pretended to be surprised as he asked. "Who knows, maybe they were born to be cheap." Xiao Yu cooperated. "That makes sense. Meng Quan, what do you think?" Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Quan. Meng Quan was only from a small clan after all, and when he heard that these youths were from a large clan in the county city, he couldn't help but be astonished. Now that he saw Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu being fearless, he was infected and took a deep breath before recovering. "I think that makes sense as well. You're courting death." The gray-clothed youth's face changed greatly as he slapped out with his palm. Origin energy skyrocketed as it flashed towards Duan Lingtian, the instigator. Above him, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 3rd level core formation martial artist. Meng Quan's face changed. "Humph." Xiao Yu snorted coldly as he flicked his sleeve, and origin energy suffused his sleeve as he moved to intercept the gray-clothed youth's palm strike. Above Xiao Yu's head, 4 ancient mammoth silhouettes similarly appeared, sleeve dimension. Bang! The gray-clothed youth's body shook as he felt his arm go numb. He temporarily lost all feeling and only recovered after a short moment. "Xiao Yu, you broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage." Meng Quan exclaimed in surprise. "I broke through a month ago." Xiao Yu nodded. "Kill them." The gray-clothed youth's face was gloomy as he shouted out explosively and pounced towards Xiao Yu. Instantly, the other 3 youths attacked at the same time, flashing out with a vast momentum. K off. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he abruptly shouted out explosively and stood up abruptly. He casually swung out his arm without even using a martial skill. It was like a python's tail sweeping out. Instantly, 6 dazzling and resplendent ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him. Bang! A terrifying force gushed out from his arm and flashed towards the 4 youths that approached menacingly. Instantly, the 4 youths were like the wind as they flew out and landed on the ground in a sorry state. 4th level of the core formation stage. The restaurant's lobby was in an uproar. Gazes of disbelief descended onto Duan Lingtian as their hearts trembled. Oh my god, this youth looks to be only 16 or 17, but he's actually a 4th level core formation martial artist. Which city did he come from? Which clan did he come from? Could it be that he's a member of a large clan from the county city? Impossible. Didn't you hear these 4 people say that they're members of the county city's clan? If he's a member of a large clan from the county city, then with his natural talent, how could these 4 people not recognize him? The county city's clan has really lost face this time. The crowd discussed animatedly. Many people had mocking expressions as they looked at the 4 youths that were struggling to stand up. 4th level of the core formation stage. The 4 youths' expressions were unsightly as they looked at Duan Lingtian with gazes that revealed fear. If you still don't K off, then don't blame me for not showing mercy. Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold as he swept the 4 youths one by one. Kid, the Yu clan won't let you off. The 4 youths' expressions went grim, and at the same time that they fled in a sorry state, they didn't forget to verbally threaten Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian didn't mind and sat back down. You all are. Before long, Duan Lingtian noticed that Xiaoyu and Meng Quan were staring fixedly at him, and he instantly felt uncomfortable. Duan Lingtian, you're simply a monster. You've broken through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage as well. As Meng Quan finished speaking, he lowered his voice. He knew that the strength of Duan Lingtian's fleshly body was extraordinary. As far as he was concerned, since Duan Lingtian was able to exert the strength of 6 ancient mammoths, he surely had broken through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Duan Lingtian smiled mysteriously. He didn't say yes, nor did he say no. Is there even a need to ask? He's surely broken through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage. Xiaoyu glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian as he asserted. At this moment, he felt powerless in his heart. He originally thought that after breaking through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage, he would be able to compete with Duan Lingtian again. But now it seemed that Duan Lingtian had left him even further behind. This violet-clothed youth's natural talent is too shocking. Yeah, even our Swallow Mountain County's county governor's 3rd son, Pei San, has a natural talent that's inferior to his. I heard that Pei San originally planned to participate in the Genius Camp test this time, but because of an accident a few months ago, he didn't come. What accident? Could it be that you haven't heard? That Pei San had one of his arms chopped off by a sword cultivator outside of Triumph City. Although it was reattached later, he was unable to use any martial skills, causing his strength to be greatly reduced. Chapter 98. Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Pei San, the 3rd son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor, had an arm chopped off by him. Unexpectedly, the news had already spread by now. With a quick thought, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. There was no such thing as an absolute secret in this world, not to mention such explosive news. Before long, the waiter served the dishes and wine. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 chatted as they ate. I've heard of Pei San, the 3rd son of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor. Supposedly, he broke through to the 3rd level of the core formation stage before the age of 17 and is a famous young genius in Swallow Mountain County. Meng Quan's eyes flashed as he slowly spoke. Since the arm he used to execute martial skills was crippled, his life can be considered to be completely ruined. Xiaoyu said. Doesn't he still have the other arm? Meng Quan was stunned. Xiaoyu shook his head with a smile. Meng Quan was puzzled as he looked at the violet-clothed youth across the table. Duan Lingtian, what does Xiaoyu mean by this? Meng Quan. Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Quan and smiled. Which hand are you good at using to execute martial skills? Of course it's my right hand. Meng Quan said bluntly. Then which hand do you usually use when eating, holding chopsticks, or writing? Duan Lingtian asked again. My right hand as well, I've been used to it since I was young. Meng Quan didn't think before directly replying. Then that's right. For example, if your right hand was crippled and you were unable to execute martial skills? How long would it take for you to completely replace your right hand with your left hand? Duan Lingtian asked again. At this moment, Meng Quan seemed to have completely understood. A person's life was only a few tens of years. That Pei San, with his most important arm crippled, if he wanted to once again use his other hand to cultivate martial skills, or even change to a leg technique martial skill, he would surely have to spend an extremely large amount of time. In this way, the improvement of his cultivation base would be delayed. As time passed, even his peers who were slightly less talented than him in the past would leave him in the dust. Meng Quan couldn't help but click his tongue. I don't know who was so ruthless, cutting off Pei San's arm with one strike. That's the son of our Swallow Mountain County's governor. If he's found out, I'm afraid he'll die without a burial place. Xiao Yu didn't think much of it. It's been so long and I haven't heard that the county governor's manor has found the culprit. I guess they can't find him. That's true. Meng Quan nodded. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and ate his food unhurriedly. It was as if the conversation between Meng Quan and Xiao Yu had nothing to do with him. However, Duan Lingtian, you were really ruthless just now. Those 4 people from the Yu clan were directly sent flying by you. I'm afraid this matter will spread throughout Iron Blood City not long after. At that time, the Yu clan will really lose face. Xiao Yu glanced at Duan Lingtian and shook his head with a smile. Even if they lose face, it's because they brought it upon themselves. There are so many people eating in the restaurant, but they just had to target our table. Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes with an indifferent expression. The Yu clan won't find trouble with us, right? Meng Quan was slightly worried. Meng Quan, you're worrying too much. Even if the Yu clan wants to find trouble with us, it would be a year later. The strength of the people from the Yu clan isn't bad and should be able to enter the genius camp. At that time, it's hard to say if they'll even be able to survive. As Xiao Yu finished speaking, a trace of killing intent flashed past his eyes. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows slightly twitched. He felt a trace of genuine killing intent from Xiao Yu's body. This was something that none of the young martial artists he'd encountered in the past had. Obviously, Xiao Yu had killed people before, moreover, it wasn't just 1 or 2. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Duan Lingtian's group of 3 left the restaurant. However, they were deeply remembered by the group of young geniuses in the restaurant. Especially Duan Lingtian. A 16 or 17-year-old 4th-level core formation martial artist. It was difficult for them not to remember him. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 walked around Iron Blood City's night market before returning to the inn to rest. Tomorrow, they would head to the Iron Blood Army's camp to register. Tonight, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate. He lay on the bed and recalled his experiences in the past year. He couldn't help but sigh. Now, I can be considered to have completely integrated into this world. A warm smile appeared on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth. He thought of his mother, Li Ro, thought of Ke, thought of Li Fei. They were the people he cared about the most in this world. For them, he was willing to go against the entire world. Deep into the night, Duan Lingtian fell into a deep sleep. He had a very long dream. In the dream, he was entangled with Ke and little Fei, and then had many, many children, when his 9th child was born. Duan Lingtian. A voice that was like muffled thunder startled Duan Lingtian awake. F***K. Meng Quan, you've disturbed my beautiful dream. Duan Lingtian casually washed up, changed his clothes, and walked out of his room as he cursed. Meng Quan awkwardly rubbed the back of his head and laughed foolishly. Let's go register. At this time, Xiao Yu also came out. The east side of Iron Blood City had been divided into a vast area. This was the Iron Blood Army's camp. Now, at the entrance of the Iron Blood Army's camp, there were many lines like a long dragon. One by one, the youths lined up neatly. We're still too late. Meng Quan could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw the dense mass of troops. It doesn't matter if we're late, as long as someone didn't come late. Duan Lingtian looked into the distance, and a smile appeared on his face. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were both puzzled. Let's go, someone has saved a spot for us. Duanling Tian brought along Xiao Yu and Li Wuyo as he took the lead and squeezed his way to the front of the group. Hey! Have some manners, line up. Shame on you for cutting the line. Kid, I'm talking to you. Immediately, the group of youths, who were sweating profusely because of the line, couldn't help but shout at Duanling Tian and the other two. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were both a little embarrassed. Duanling Tian, let's line up. Meng Quan said in a low voice. Duanling Tian ignored Meng Quan, and instead looked at the few people who were shouting. He frowned and said, What are you shouting for? Which eye of yours saw me cutting the line? We came early in the morning, and our companions are still saving a spot for us. After hearing Duanling Tian's words, the group of people who were shouting quieted down, but they looked at Duanling Tian suspiciously. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan were both dumbfounded. Companions? How come they didn't know that they had companions? Hey! Brothers, thank you for helping us line up and save a spot, lunch is on me. At this time, Duanling Tian had already reached the front of the line, and slapped the grey-clothed youth on the shoulder. Which bastard touched the grey-clothed youth shouted, but when he saw Duanling Tian, he forcefully swallowed the word bastard back down his throat. You, brothers, thank you for your hard work. Duanling Tian squinted his eyes, and smiled as he interrupted the grey-clothed youth's words, then looked at the three youths behind him and nodded. He seemed kind, but in Duanling Tian's eyes, there was a trace of threat. These four youths were none other than the 4U family youths who were taught a lesson by Duanling Tian at the restaurant yesterday evening. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan finally reacted, and secretly gave Duanling Tian a thumbs up. Just like this, Duanling Tian and the other two successfully cut the queue. The surrounding youths who were eyeing the grey-clothed youth saw no reaction, and naturally thought that Duanling Tian and the other two were with him. Of course, there were also some youths who happened to be eating at the restaurant yesterday who recognized Duanling Tian and the grey-clothed youth. But they didn't say anything. They had all seen Duanling Tian's strength, and were afraid of getting into trouble. The grey-clothed youth's face was flushed red, and his heart was trembling. Mother****, did I offend Taisui these 2 days? Why do I have to meet this fiend wherever I go? It's fine that I lost face at the restaurant yesterday, but this morning when I came to line up, he still cut the queue. But he didn't dare to say anything. Or else, he could imagine that his end would be even worse than yesterday. Yu Xiao, this guy is too much. The three youths behind the grey-clothed youth were filled with righteous indignation, but they only dared to use a mosquito-like voice to speak. Then what do you think we should do? Why don't you chase him away? Yu Xiao rolled his eyes at his three companions. When the three youths heard this, they immediately acted as if they didn't hear anything. They looked left and right, maintaining their silence. After a while, it was Duanling Tian and the other two's turn. After filling in the simple registration information, the three of them each received a number plate. Duanling Tian's was number 137. Xiao Yu's was number 138. Meng Quan's was number 139. Before noon tomorrow, use your number plates to enter the Iron Blood Army's camp and participate in the test. Once you pass the test, you will be a member of the Genius Camp. The Iron Blood Army soldier wearing light armor had a cold expression. Duanling Tian and the other two nodded and turned around, preparing to leave. Thanks, brother. In view of our fate, I will definitely treat you to tea when I have time. Before leaving, Duanling Tian patted the shoulder of the grey-clothed youth and grinned, revealing his neat white teeth. Also, your name is not bad. Yu Xiao. Just hearing it, I know it's an extraordinary name. I've learned some divination. Believe me, you will definitely be an extraordinary person in the future. It was very obvious that Duanling Tian had heard the conversation between Yu Xiao and his three companions. The corners of Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's mouths twitched, and they forcefully held back their laughter. Yu Xiao's face darkened. This fiend, what does he want to do? Okay, brother, quickly go get your number plate. Otherwise, Big Brother Soldier will be unhappy. Duan Lingtian smiled and patted Yu Zhao's shoulder as he slowly said. After finishing speaking, Duan Lingtian and the other two walked out. At this moment, the four of you are together. The face of the young soldier from the Iron Blood Army sank as he asked Yu Zhao and the three people behind him. Yes, Big Brother Soldier. Yu Zhao hurriedly nodded his head. Although he was a disciple of the County City's Yu clan, the might of the Iron Blood Army shook the world. The soldiers within the Iron Blood Army were said to be vicious and merciless, so he didn't dare be presumptuous. The three people in front of you have already gotten their number plates a while ago. You only came over now. Are you intentionally making me wait and making me look bad? The soldier from the Iron Blood Army seemed to have transformed into an angry King Kong as he shouted in a low voice. No, no, Yu Zhao hurriedly waved his hand. Humph. Since the four of you are delaying the time of the people behind you. Now, scram to the back of the line and line up again. Chapter 99. Big Brother Soldier, it's not my fault, it's all, Yu Zhao still wanted to argue. Get lost. The Iron Blood Army soldier's face sank as he roared. The terrifying murderous aura from the battlefield enveloped Yu Zhao's body, pressuring Yu Zhao to the point that his face was deathly pale. Yu Zhao and the other three could only run to the end of the line and line up again. Suddenly, there was a burst of mocking laughter around them. Hey, brother, how can you make Big Brother Soldier wait? It's not easy for Big Brother Soldier, so many people want to sign up, it's very hard for him, you should be considerate. Perhaps it was intentional. Duan Lingtian waited at the end of the line, looked at Yu Zhao, shook his head and sighed, his face full of regret. Yu Zhao's face turned red, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Brat, I will definitely not let you go. Brother, it's bad for your body to be angry. When you finish the line, remember to drink more water. Duan Lingtian grinned, and immediately left with Xiao Yu and Meng Quan. Ha 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 ha, Meng Quan was the first one who couldn't hold it in, and laughed wantonly. Xiao Yu also laughed. Duan Lingtian, you did it on purpose, right? Before leaving, you didn't forget to trick Yu Zhao, you're too ruthless. Meng Quan once again gave a thumbs up, full of admiration. I really didn't know that you were so good at teasing people. Xiao Yu couldn't help but shake his head. Cough cough, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Duan Lingtian coughed twice, and asked seriously. Yes. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan both nodded in tacit understanding. Duan Lingtian's smile completely froze. Let's go, while it's still early, let's eat breakfast. With an awkward smile, Duan Lingtian changed the topic. The three of them were in a good mood and enjoyed the meal. For the rest of the day, they walked around Iron Blood City. In the evening, they returned to the inn after dinner. He was waiting for tomorrow's assessment. That night, Duan Lingtian consumed the origin-increasing pill and calmly cultivated the mental cultivation method of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form. The Raging Python transformation was different from the Spirit Serpent transformation. If the Spirit Snake transformation focused on cultivating the body to be as flexible as a spirit snake, the Raging Python transformation, on the other hand, allowed the fleshly body to possess the power of a raging python. Just like how Duan Lingtian taught the 4 youths of the Yu family a lesson yesterday, a seemingly casual flick of his arm contained the strength of a wild python, as if a wild python was whipping its tail to attack. It could be considered a group attack. It was different from the finishing touch. The finishing touch of the dragon was evolved from the cloud-piercing finger cultivated by the rebirth martial emperor, and it was an extremely strong single-target attack technique. The Raging Python form gives me strength. Although it's not a martial skill, its power isn't inferior to a martial skill. It's similar to a demonic beast's attack. I have a feeling that once I cultivate the Raging Python form to the end, its power won't be inferior to a high-grade profound-level martial skill at the mastery stage. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. His heart was filled with motivation as he cultivated the mental cultivation method of the Raging Python form even more assiduously. he cultivated until late at night before falling into a deep sleep. The next day, because they were only required to enter the Iron Blood Army's camp before noon, Duan Ling Tian and the other two slept until late in the morning. They were mentally prepared. Once they became a member of the genius camp, they probably wouldn't have the chance to sleep in anymore. After eating breakfast, the three of them unhurriedly walked towards the Iron Blood Army's camp. When they arrived at the entrance of the camp and showed their number plates, Duan Ling Tian and the other two walked in. What entered their eyes was a spacious drill ground. The drill ground was surrounded by people, all of whom were youths below the age of 19. Duan Ling Tian and the other two stood at the side. They were waiting for noon to arrive. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, Meng Quan looked at Duan Ling Tian with a strange expression, then looked into the distance. Duan Ling Tian raised his head and looked. He saw the four youths from the Yu clan of the county city appear again. This time, there was one more person among them. Yu Xiao and the other three were now following behind this person, respectful and reverent. This was a youth around the age of 18. He was wearing black clothes with gold trimmings, and his face had a cold and unyielding expression. He was practically a replica of Xiao Yu. Yu Xiao also saw Duan Ling Tian. His expression changed, then he seemed to whisper something to the black-clothed youth in the lead. The black-clothed youth frowned as he heard what was said. His sharp gaze fell on Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he walked towards Duan Ling Tian. So it's you. Not only did you injure my Yu clan's people, you also repeatedly teased them. The black-clothed youth approached menacingly. His gaze was cold as if he was about to swallow someone whole. Whoosh! Above the black-clothed youth, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes instantly condensed into form. 4th level of the core formation stage. Instantly, Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's expressions changed. Duan Lingtian's eyebrows raised as he was slightly surprised. He was still thinking that the Yu clan was one of the 5 great clans of the county city. Logically speaking, it was impossible for only Yu Zhao's group of 4 to come. Amongst Yu Zhao's group of 4, Yu Xiao was the strongest. But he was still far from being a match for Xiao Yu. Although they were both at the 3rd level of the core formation stage, Xiao Yu's sleeve dimension completely crushed him, so it turned out that the black-clothed youth before him was the true genius of the Yu clan. 18 years old, 4th level of the core formation stage. His natural talent could be considered to be not bad. At this moment, the surrounding youths that noticed the commotion gathered over to join in the fun. It's Yu Xiang, the number 1 youth of the county city's Yu clan. Supposedly, amongst the county city's youths, this Yu Xiang's strength is ranked 2nd, only below the Tan clan's Tan Rui. Exactly. Although Yu Xiang is also a 4th level core formation martial artist like Tan Rui, his martial skill is inferior to Tan Rui's, but there isn't much of a difference. Who's this violet-cloaked youth? He actually dares to offend Yu Xiang. I recognize him. He beat up the other 4 members of the Yu clan at dusk 2 days ago. So that's how it is. Looks like Yu Xiang is standing up for them. Some of the youths discussed animatedly. Exactly. I did injure them, but they were the ones who caused trouble first. As for playing tricks on them, I wonder where that came from. Duan Ling Tian had a carefree expression as he calmly looked at Yu Xiang. He heard the surrounding discussions as well. He never imagined that this Yu Xiang was actually the number 2 youth of the county city. You caused us to line up again, isn't this playing tricks on us? Yu Zhao's face flushed red as he roared. What does it have to do with me if you line up again? You should go look for that soldier, right? Duan Ling Tian had a strange gaze. The 3 of you, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then I'll let this matter pass. Yu Xiang's gaze swept past Duan Ling Tian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan. Although he found out from Yu Xiao that this violet-clothed youth was a 6th level core formation martial artist. But as far as he was concerned, how could a 16 or 17-year-old kid compare to him in terms of combat experience and martial skill? Meng Quan's face went grim, and under his rage, even his breathing became hurried. Xiao Yu's cold face also had a trace of coldness. Haha, Duan Ling Tian laughed as he took a step forward and looked straight at Yu Xiang without fear. The four of you, kneel down and kowtow 10 times. Maybe I'll let bygones be bygones and forgive you. As he finished speaking, a strand of bloody killing intent extended out from Duan Lingtian's body. Yu Xiang's face went grim when he was attacked by the killing intent. What are you all doing? Just at this moment, an explosive shout sounded out. A robust Iron Blood Army general walked into the crowd in large strides, and after understanding the sequence of events, his face sank. Today is the day of the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test. If anyone dares cause a conflict before the test, they will be directly disqualified. The robust general shouted in a low voice. My brother is your Iron Blood Army centurion, Yu Hong. Yu Xiang looked at the robust general and his eyes flickered. Duan Lingtian's face went grim. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's faces were unsightly as well. This Yu Xiang's brother was a centurion of the Iron Blood Army. Duan Lingtian could be unafraid of Yu Xiang, but he had no choice but to fear Yu Xiang's brother, who was a centurion of the Iron Blood Army. At the same time, the crowd was restless. I remember now. Yu Xiang's brother, Yu Hong, entered the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp 7 years ago. Later on, no one heard of him entering Paladin Academy, and many people thought he died. Who would have thought that he stayed in the Iron Blood Army and even became a centurion? A 25-year-old centurion. Truly extraordinary. No wonder I heard that Yu Xiang didn't even line up to register for the Genius Camp test this time. So his brother had already made arrangements for him. His brother is a centurion of the Iron Blood Army, so he still has this bit of privilege. F***K. This Yu Xiang has the care of his brother, Yu Hong, during the Genius Camp training, so wouldn't he similarly have the privilege to smoothly pass? It's good to have a brother that's a centurion in the Iron Blood Army. In my opinion, this Yu Xiang doesn't even need to come. At that time, he can just ask his brother to give him a spot to enter Paladin Academy. All the youths discussed animatedly, and all of them pointed their spears at Yu Xiang. The robust general's face went grim when he saw the situation going out of control. After glaring at Yu Xiang, he said loudly, "Everyone, don't worry. The training of our Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp is equal to everyone. Moreover, if it's a general with a relative in the Genius Camp, then he can't interfere in the Genius Camp's training as he has to avoid arousing suspicion. Our Iron Blood Army has strict rules regarding this, and if someone violates them, then the general will punish them according to law." After he finished speaking, he looked at Yu Xiang with a fierce gaze. I don't care if your brother is a centurion of our Iron Blood Army or not. Since you're standing here today, then you have to abide by the rules of the Iron Blood Army. Otherwise, I'll revoke your qualifications to participate in the test. The robust general's voice was like a clap of thunder as it spread out. For a moment, many youths' expressions calmed down slightly. You're just a Decurion, yet you dare not take my brother seriously. Yu Xiang's face sank, and his gaze went cold. The Iron Blood Army's military law is like a mountain. Even if a centurion makes a mistake, he'll be punished the same as a soldier. The robust general spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Good. Good job, Lord Decurion. Many youths couldn't help but praise. Duan Lingtian glanced at the robust general as well. He was able to discern that this was a man of character, and there was no falsehood in his words. Good, good. Yu Xiang's expression was unsightly as he stared at the robust general. What's your name? I'll have to remember it properly and make my brother remember you properly as well. Do you need to make your brother remember me properly as well? Chapter 100. As the voice sounded out, the crowd automatically opened up a path. A dignified middle-aged man wearing exquisite armor slowly walked into the crowd under the escort of 2 generals. His gaze fell upon Yu Xiang. Yu Xiang's expression changed. Greetings to the vice commander, greetings to the 2 Kiliarchs. The sturdy general respectfully bowed towards the 3 people. Vice commander, Kiliarchs. The surrounding youths, including the unsightly Yu Xiang, all respectfully bowed. Only a purple-clothed youth stood there, unmoved. "Why aren't you bowing?" The dignified middle-aged man, who was the vice-commander of the Iron Blood Army, deeply looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan both broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian. The corners of Yu Xiang's mouth curled into a cold smile, feeling that Duan Lingtian was going to be unlucky. "I'm not a member of the Iron Blood Army now, why should I bow to you?" Duan Lingtian said indifferently. "How dare you!" The expressions of the two Kiliarchs behind the vice-commander changed as they shouted out explosively. Instantly, two dense killing auras enveloped Duan Lingtian, as if wanting to subdue Duan Lingtian. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Duan Lingtian stood where he was, unmoved. The expressions of the two Kiliarchs froze, their faces full of surprise. Was this really a 16 or 17-year-old youth? He actually ignored the killing aura that they had developed from slaughtering on the battlefield. If they knew what Duan Lingtian did in his previous life, perhaps they wouldn't be so surprised. The vice-commander looked deeply at Duan Lingtian, and asked with interest, "What's the reason behind this? They're not members of the Iron Blood Army, why should they bow to us?" "Them?" Duan Lingtian swept the surrounding youths with his gaze, and slowly said, "There are only 3 reasons why they bow to you. First, fear you. Second, admire you. Third, blindly follow the crowd." Fear? Respect? Follow the trend? Oh. Interesting, interesting. I have to say that your words have hit the nail on the head. The vice-commander nodded, revealing a rare smile. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan heaved a sigh of relief. The expressions of Yu Xiang, Yu Xiao, and the rest of the Yu family youths were very ugly. "So, you're not afraid of us, you don't admire us, and you're not blindly following us, right?" The vice-commander asked again. "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "How dare you!" The vice-commander's expression suddenly changed as he let out a roar. An even more terrifying murderous aura enveloped Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but this murderous aura also spread out in all directions, causing the surrounding youth's expressions to change. Even Yu Xiang's face turned red from the pressure. At this moment, apart from the 2 Kiliarchs, the Centurion, and the vice-commander himself, there was only one person present who wasn't affected in the slightest. That person was Duan Lingtian, who was at the center of the murderous aura. Duan Lingtian stood there, unmoving like a mountain. His expression was calm, as if even if empty tide collapsed in front of him, his expression wouldn't change. "Good." The vice-commander suddenly smiled, his eyes revealing a trace of appreciation. "Little guy, what's your name?" "Duan Lingtian." Duan Lingtian's brows slightly moved. "Duan Lingtian. Lingtian. Your name is crazy enough. You actually dare to stand above the heavens." The smile on the vice-commander's face didn't stop, then he said, "I'm the vice-commander of the Iron Blood Army, Qiao Qingshan, the person in charge of the Genius Camp exam this time. I hope you can smoothly pass the exam, I'm looking forward to your performance." "I definitely won't disappoint Vice-Commander Qiao." Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, neither humble nor overbearing. The surrounding youths were all completely dumbstruck. When Duan Lingtian was debating with Vice-Commander Qiao, they thought that Duan Lingtian was going to be unlucky. In the end, when they saw Duan Lingtian actually receive Vice-Commander Qiao's special treatment, they couldn't help but sigh in admiration. If it was them, they would probably have been scared to the point of collapsing on the ground by Vice-Commander Qiao. Duan Lingtian. They all deeply remembered this name. This youth that dared to confront the vice-commander of the Iron Blood Army, who had been through hundreds of battles, was bound to be engraved in their hearts. Yu Xiang's expression became more and more unsightly. This fellow, his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, revealing a trace of viciousness. Duan Lingtian frowned. This Yu Xiang really didn't know when to stop. Decurion Wang Mang, what you said earlier was very good. You didn't lose face for our Iron Blood Army. At this moment, Qiao Qingshan looked at the robust general and nodded. Lord Vice Commander, this is what I should do. Wang Mang straightened his body and spoke loudly. Very good. Wang Mang, from today onwards, you will replace Yu Hong and be promoted to Centurion. Yu Hong, for privately taking the test number plate for his younger brother and seeking personal gain for his younger brother, he will be demoted to Decurion. Qiao Qingshan's expression was calm as he slowly gave the order. Yu Xiang's expression changed greatly. He never imagined that he would actually indirectly harm his older brother. The gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with became even more vicious. As far as he was concerned, it was all because of Duan Lingtian. If it wasn't for Duan Lingtian, Wang Mang wouldn't have been attracted, and the matter wouldn't have developed to such an unmanageable extent. Thank you, Lord Vice Commander. Wang Mang revealed a pleasantly surprised expression and repeatedly thanked. This is what you deserve. Qiao Qingshan nodded. Seeing all this, a trace of a flowing light flashed past Duan Lingtian's eyes, and a trace of admiration arose in his heart. He took a deep breath and took a step forward. Duan Lingtian pays his respects to Lord Vice Commander. Duan Lingtian bowed to Qiao Qingshan. Qiao Qingshan was dazed for a moment, then reacted and laughed. You little fellow, you're rather interesting. Quickly, Qiao Qingshan looked at Yu Xiang. Yu Xiang, originally I should have taken back the number plate in your hand and disqualified you from participating in the Genius Camp test. But since your older brother has already been punished, I'll let bygones be bygones. Thank you, Lord Vice Commander. Yu Xiang's heart was bitter, but he could only express his thanks. Alright, noon has arrived. The Genius Camp test officially begins. Qiao Qingshan's voice was like a thunderclap that contained origin energy and spread throughout the entire drill grounds. At the same time, he brought the 2 Kiliarchs and ascended the high platform in the center of the drill grounds. This year, our Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp test will be different from the past. This year's test only has one word, and that is slaughter. Qiao Qingshan looked at the group of youths before him as he slowly spoke. Slaughter? Many youths had puzzled expressions. Slightly interesting. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a slight smile. Xiao Yu's face was calm. Meng Quan's expression slightly changed as he asked, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, this slaughter wouldn't be referring to killing people, right? What, you've never killed anyone before? Duan Lingtian laughed as he asked. Of course not. Meng Quan shook his head. Then you have to learn properly today. Duan Lingtian laughed. You've killed someone before? Meng Quan stared. Is it very strange? Duan Lingtian was dazed. I just remembered that you're a freak. Xiao Yu, have you killed anyone before? Rolling his eyes at Duan Lingtian, Meng Quan looked at Xiao Yu. Yes. Xiao Yu nodded his head. Meng Quan bitterly smiled, oh no, I'm afraid I won't be able to pass the exam. You rascal, the exam hasn't even started yet and you're already slacking off. If it were up to me, you might as well just give up and go home. Duan Lingtian unhappily said. No, I won't go back. I must pass the exam. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Meng Quan seemed to have thought of something as his gaze suddenly became firm. This caused Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu to be somewhat surprised. It seemed that Meng Quan was also a person with a story. At this time, the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Qiao Qingshan, had already started to announce the rules of the exam. This year's exam emphasizes courage, strength, and teamwork. Those who participate in the assessment can participate alone, or with a trusted companion. Qiao Qingshan said until here. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu looked at each other and smiled. Meng Quan, I plan to participate in the exam together with Xiao Yu. Do you want to come with us? Duan Lingtian asked. Thank you. I know you want to help me, but I still want to rely on myself. You can help me now, but you can't help me forever. A trace of gratitude flashed past Meng Quan's eyes as he understood Duan Lingtian's intentions. I believe you'll definitely pass the exam. Duan Lingtian nodded his head. That's right. In order to encourage you, Duan Ling Tian and I will also face the exam alone. Xiao Yu also said. This time's exam will be carried out in a 1 versus 10 way. The opponent of each of you will be the 10 enemy soldiers captured by our Iron Blood army on the battlefield. Kill 10 enemy soldiers and you'll be considered to have passed the exam. Qiao Qingshan said until here and paused for a moment. Instantly, the expressions of the group of youths on the drill grounds changed greatly. What kind of joke is this? Each of us has to face 10 enemy soldiers. Even if those soldiers are far inferior to the elite soldiers of the Iron Blood army, no matter how weak they will surely be existences at the 9th level of the body tempering stage or above. If there are some core formation martial artists mixed in, how will we deal with them? Yeah, this is simply a death exam. The entire drill grounds was in an uproar. Quiet. Qiao Qingshan's voice covered everyone's voices. Instantly, the drill grounds returned to its calm state. The enemy soldiers will arrange for each of you will be 6 at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, 3 at the 1st level of the core formation stage, and 1 at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. If 2 people participate in the exam together, then we'll arrange 12 at the 9th level of the core formation stage, 6 at the 1st level of the core formation stage, and 2 at the 2nd level of the core formation stage. If there are 3 people, then so on and so forth. If any of you don't dare, you can choose to withdraw now and leave the Iron Blood Army's campsite. As he finished speaking, Qiao Qingshan's voice became cold and indifferent. Now, I'll give you 3 minutes to consider. Qiao Qingshan added. Instantly, the drill grounds fell into chaos once again. 3 minutes passed, and only a mere 10 or so people left. The remaining youths numbered over 200 people. Only so few people left. Meng Quan was slightly surprised. Among the people standing here today, there are only a few people who think they're lucky after all. Most of them have the determination to risk their lives, so how could they easily withdraw from the exam? Duan Ling Tian saw through everything and hit the nail on the head. These enemy soldiers' martial skills are surely far inferior to ours. But they've been on the battlefield and have experienced hundreds of battles. They view killing people as a game and can't be underestimated. Chapter 101. I understand. Meng Quan took a deep breath, his gaze firm. He knew clearly in his heart. These enemy kingdom soldiers that had experienced the baptism of the flames of war had already disregarded life and death from the moment they were captured. They would absolutely not show mercy when they attacked. He felt the pressure. But what he felt even more was battle intent. At this moment, the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Qiao Qingshan, looked at the group of youths that chose to stay behind and said, "Very good, all of you didn't disappoint me. Since it's like this, I announce that the Genius Camp test officially begins." As soon as Qiao Qingshan finished speaking, a group of Iron Blood Army soldiers escorted a group of enemy kingdom soldiers that were tied up and walked over in large strides, standing at the side of the drill grounds. They were vast and mighty, like a black cloud pressing down on a city. These enemy kingdom soldiers all had wooden expressions, without a trace of life. Today, I'll give you captives a chance to live. 6 9th level body tempering martial artists, 3 1st level core formation martial artists, and 1 2nd level core formation martial artist. If you can kill any one of them, then I'll return your freedom. Qiao Qingshan extended his hand to point at the group of youths, and his gaze descended onto the over 2,000 enemy kingdom soldiers. In an instant, the spirits of these enemy kingdom soldiers that had ashen faces shook, and their eyes emitted yearning for life. Yearning for freedom. Their gazes then descended onto the group of youths on the other side of the drill grounds, and their eyes emitted bloodthirsty killing intent. Instantly, many of the youths in the group of youths went pale. When had they ever faced such a ferocious person? The gazes of these people simply wished for nothing more than to tear them apart. These enemy kingdom soldiers will surely fight to the death in order to survive. Duan Ling Tian sighed. Yeah, we absolutely can't slack off. Xiao Yu deeply agreed. Number 1, Step out. A captain behind Xiao Qing Shan stood out, and his gaze descended onto the group of youths. Instantly, a youth stepped out. The youth's face was pale, and his eyes emitted a trace of terror. Seeing the youth like this, the captain frowned and asked, "Are you going to take the test by yourself, or with your companions?" I'm taking the test with my companions." The youth was slightly flustered. At this moment, another two youths stepped out, and their expressions were unsightly as well. "Report your number." The captain's voice was cold and indifferent. A pen and paper appeared in his hand, and he started recording. "Number 2. Number 3. The two youths took a deep breath, reported their number plates, and stood together with the youth who came out first. "Release the 30 captives and enter the field." The Chiliarch looked at the enemy soldiers at the front of the line. After the 30 enemy soldiers were untied, they loosened their arms and legs as they stepped onto the field. Their faces revealed crazy and ferocious smiles. Their gazes landed on the three youths and flashed with a cold light. It was as if a pack of dogs had seen three meat bones. "Begin." As soon as the Chiliarch finished speaking, the 30 enemy soldiers and the three youths moved. "Kill!" 30 enemy soldiers roared at the same time, their voices as loud as thunder. When the three youths heard this, their complexions changed greatly. Facing the 30 enemy soldiers who pounced on them like ferocious beasts, they were so scared that they were stunned. Their legs seemed to be filled with lead, and they didn't move an inch. In an instant, the three youths were torn to pieces by the 30 enemy soldiers. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and the stench of blood filled the entire drill ground. On one side of the drill ground, more than 90% of the youths were so scared that their faces turned pale. Some of them were even worse, vomiting out everything they had eaten in the morning. For a moment, the entire drill ground was filled with a strange smell, so smelly. The pale-faced Meng Quan pinched his nose. Xiao Yu frowned. Only Duan Lingtian didn't have the slightest reaction. As a mercenary in his previous life, he had been through even worse environments. In his opinion, this was just a small matter. "Send them out of the city," the Chiliarch said. Immediately, a group of Iron Blood soldiers stepped out of the line. "Thank you, sir." The 30 enemy soldiers had expressions of ecstasy. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times before leaving. When the remaining enemy soldiers saw that their 30 companions had regained their freedom so easily, their eyes lit up, and they longed to be able to enter the field as soon as possible. Now, they looked at the group of youths in the distance as if they were looking at a group of lambs waiting to be slaughtered. If you choose to join forces with your companions, the danger is even greater. 3 people against 30 enemy soldiers who have good teamwork. Even if you are strong, it will be difficult to defend against their siege. Some youths noticed that something was wrong. Some of the youths who originally planned to join forces with their companions all gave up on the idea of joining forces. "Looks like I still have foresight." Meng Quan grinned. "These enemy soldiers are too ferocious. I actually hope to join forces with you." "Meng Quan, are you really confident?" Duan Lingtian frowned. After interacting with each other for over a month, he had long since taken Meng Quan as a friend. "I'll try my best." Meng Quan's eyes emitted battle intent. Number 4. At this moment, the Chiliarch spoke once more. This time, only one youth entered the field. After the 10 enemy soldiers were untied, they glared fiercely as they walked towards the youth. "Begin." As soon as the Chiliarch finished speaking. Whoosh! The youth moved, his entire body exploding with strength. Above his head, 3 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. Second-level core formation martial artist. Needless to say, his movement technique was extremely ingenious and his speed was extremely fast. Even the second-level core formation martial artist with the fastest speed among the 10 enemy soldiers could only eat dust behind him. Surround him. In next to no time, the second-level core formation martial artist decisively spoke out. For a moment, the 10 enemy soldiers abruptly split up and surrounded the youth, causing him to have nowhere to hide. The youth's expression changed as he locked onto a 9th-level body-tempering martial artist. His figure trembled as he pounced forward. Bang! Carrying the force of a thunderbolt, his origin energy skyrocketed as it smashed onto the martial artist's head, directly blasting it apart. His face was also splattered with brain matter. Good! Many of the spectating youths cheered out. But in the next moment, their voices abruptly stopped. After the youth in the field exploded the head of the Imperial soldier, he let out a sharp cry before violently vomiting. Obviously, it was his first time killing someone. In the next moment, he was killed by the other 9 enemy soldiers that pounced forward. The 9 enemy soldiers obtained their freedom. Needless to say, the example of a predecessor was undoubtedly the best lesson. After number 1 to number 13 were all killed, number 14, a second-level core formation martial artist, finally launched a counterattack and defeated the 10 enemy soldiers one by one, killing them all. Number 14, passed the test. Hearing the captain's words, the youth took a deep breath and walked out from the pile of corpses with a heavy expression. Next was number 15. After killing 6 enemy soldiers, he was completely exhausted and was killed by the other 4 enemy soldiers. The slaughter continued. Youths were killed one by one. Youths passed the test one by one. Later on, these young geniuses from all over Swallow Mountain County were almost numb to killing and were able to freely display their strength. More and more people passed the test. At this moment, the expressions of the enemy soldiers weren't very good. Looks like there are benefits to being at the back. Meng Quan looked at the number plate in his hand that was marked 139 and grinned. Number 100. As the captain spoke, a black figure seemed to have transformed into a ghost as it flashed into the field. It was precisely Yu Xiang. At the beginning, the 10 enemy soldiers were eyeing Yu Xiang covetously, but when they saw the strength of 6 ancient mammoths that appeared above Yu Xiang, they were all terrified. 4th level of the core formation stage. These soldiers understood that if they didn't go all out, they would die without a doubt, so they all pounced towards Yu Xiang like madmen. But unfortunately, Yu Xiang just stood there, and they couldn't even break through Yu Xiang's defensive chi barrier. They were all killed by Yu Xiang one by one. Although this Yu Xiang is arrogant, he has some strength. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. Up until now, Yu Xiang was the one that passed the test the easiest, and he received the most attention. Brother Xiang, good job. Yu Xiao and the other 3 Yu clan youths couldn't help but cheer. Yu Xiang slowly walked back, and his arrogant gaze descended onto a violet-colored figure in the distance, flickering with a vicious sheen. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed Yu Xiang's gaze, but he didn't mind it. No matter if it was in his previous life or this life, there were many people that wanted him dead, but he still lived well in the end, except for that one time when he was betrayed by his manager, who he regarded as a brother. After Yu Xiang, it was Duan Lingtian's turn. There were also a few 3rd-level core formation young geniuses that smoothly passed the Genius Camp test. Number 137. It was finally Duan Lingtian's turn. Duan Lingtian walked up the field, attracting the attention of many people. Many people present felt respect towards this youth that dared to speak frankly and confidently in front of the Iron Blood Army's vice-commander. When the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers saw that Duan Lingtian was younger than the other youths, their serious expressions eased up, and their eyes emitted a sense of madness. As far as they were concerned, a youth that didn't even seem to be 17 years old, no matter how strong he was, he couldn't be that strong. But when they saw the 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes floating above Duan Lingtian's head, they were completely dumbstruck. Another 4th-level core formation martial artist. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure moved as if transforming into a bolt of lightning, flashing directly towards the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers that were still in a daze. He raised his arm and swung it out. Like an enormous python swinging its tail, it was abnormally ferocious. Bang! Instantly, 6 enemy kingdom soldiers were blasted flying by his arm. 3 of them directly stopped breathing. The remaining 3 were on the verge of death and didn't have the strength to continue fighting. F***K. Freak. He didn't even use a martial skill. He just casually swung his arm, and it was as if it carried the strength of lightning. This Duan Lingtian is too terrifying. He's actually a 4th-level core formation martial artist. No wonder he dares to go head-to-head with Yu Xiang. He seems to be not even 17. Such natural talent is simply heaven-defying. The group of youths were dumbstruck. When they recovered from their shock, they repeatedly cursed. What a kid! Qiao Qingshan's eyes shone brightly. Split up. The expression of the 2nd-level core formation soldier changed greatly as he shouted in a low voice. Chapter 102. But would it be of any use if they split up? The answer was no. Duan Lingtian stood there, unmoving like a mountain. Greater teleportation. Instantly, a defensive chi barrier flickered on the surface of Duan Lingtian's body, suffused with the brilliance of origin energy. Bang! A 9th-level body tempering stage enemy kingdom soldier had a savage expression as he exploded with the strength of an ancient mammoth and punched out, smashing onto Duan Lingtian's defensive chi barrier. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed out. Ah! The enemy kingdom soldier emitted a shrill cry as he flew out, clutching his broken arm as he rolled on the ground, drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, the attacks of the other 3 enemy kingdom soldiers arrived as well. Without exception, all of them followed in the footsteps of the former. Especially the 2nd-level core formation martial artist, he exploded with the strength of 3 ancient mammoths and slapped his palm onto Duan Lingtian's body with all his might. As a result, all of his strength was reversed and his arm was directly broken, blasted flying, and fainted on the ground. Star Shift. The Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Qiao Qingshan, had a surprised expression on his face. His thoughts spun as he recalled an extremely precious high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill. The surroundings of the drill grounds were deathly silent. This scene was even more shocking than when Yu Xiang entered the arena. Yu Xiang had only used a defensive martial skill to block the enemy kingdom soldier's attack. Whereas Duan Lingtian not only blocked the enemy kingdom soldier's attack, he was even able to launch a counterattack with his defensive martial skill, returning all of the enemy's strength back to him. What a terrifying defensive martial skill! Yeah, this defensive martial skill is too strong. The crowd was in an uproar, and many youths couldn't help but reveal reverence when they looked at Duan Lingtian. There were also a few youths whose eyes emitted dense battle intent. Humph! Yu Xiang coldly snorted. His limelight was stolen by Duan Lingtian, and the vicious gaze in his eyes became even more profound. After Duan Lingtian passed the test, he walked back in large strides. As for the enemy kingdom soldiers that were on the verge of death, they were all killed one by the Iron Blood Army, splattering blood on the spot. From the moment they were defeated, their fates were decided. Number 138. After Duan Lingtian left the stage, it was Xiao Yu's turn. When Xiao Yu brushed past Duan Lingtian, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. In his opinion, the defensive martial skill that Duan Lingtian had just executed was undoubtedly the defensive martial skill that he had cultivated, stellar transposition. He was a little curious. Where did Duan Lingtian learn shifting stars from? Furthermore, he seemed to have cultivated it to perfection. Duan Lingtian, you know shifting stars too? Meng Quan asked curiously. Half a year ago, during the Aurora City Genius Gathering, he had fought with Xiao Yu and suffered a loss due to shifting stars. Meng Quan, I'm not using shifting stars. It's just that its characteristics are somewhat similar. Duan Lingtian shook his head. So that's how it is. I was wondering why you knew the Shao clan's martial skills. Meng Quan nodded. Duan Lingtian's gaze descended into the distance. Xiao Yu stood there, his cold figure unmoving like a mountain, imperceptibly giving off an oppressive feeling. The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers all revealed expressions of fear as they entered the arena. They split up and surrounded Duan Lingtian. Shifting stars. On Xiao Yu's body, a defensive chi barrier flickered. The strength of 4 ancient mammoths exploded forth. Fleeting shadow. Xiao Yu walked out in large strides and locked onto the enemy kingdom's soldier at the second level of the core formation stage. In the blink of an eye, he had caught up to the soldier. With a shake of his sleeve, origin energy suffused out. Sleeve dimension. With a flick of his sleeve, it swelled up and welcomed the enemy kingdom's soldier's punch that contained the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. The enemy kingdom's soldier's face went pale. He only felt that when his fist struck the youth's sleeve, it was as if he had struck cotton, unable to exert any force. In the next moment, he noticed a terrifying force trembling towards him. Caw! The enemy kingdom's soldier's arm was directly twisted off by Xiao Yu's shaking sleeve. Accompanied by a shrill cry, the enemy kingdom's soldier was blasted flying by Xiao Yu, his body trembling violently as he rolled on the ground. At this moment, the attacks of the other 9 enemy kingdom soldiers had arrived on Xiao Yu. Some attacked from behind, some from the side. However, ah! Ah! A string of shrill cries sounded out at the same time, and the 9 enemy kingdom soldiers that had attacked Xiao Yu were all blasted flying. Subsequently, Xiao Yu defeated them one by one, killing all of them. Number 139. Xiao Yu smoothly passed the test, and the captain continued to count off. Meng Quan, do your best. Xiao Yu nodded to Meng Quan, who brushed past him. Don't worry. Meng Quan took a deep breath. At this moment, the surrounding youths finally reacted, and their gazes occasionally fell on Xiao Yu and occasionally fell on Duan Lingtian. This number 138 seems to be together with Duan Lingtian. Even their defensive martial skills are exactly the same. Yeah, I don't know what defensive martial skill it is, it's too terrifying. He only needs to raise his defensive chi barrier, and when others attack him, it's like hitting a mirror, not injuring him, but injuring themselves instead. Such a defensive martial skill is surely extremely rare even in our Crimson Sky Kingdom. When many youths looked at Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu, their eyes emitted a brilliance of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Duan Lingtian, how do you know Star Shift? After Xiao Yu returned to Duan Lingtian's side, he couldn't help but ask. Stellar Transposition was an extremely precious high-grade profound rank defensive martial skill. Even their Shao clan had to rely on the influence of their ancestors to obtain this martial skill. Not to mention the Aurora City's Li clan and Lin clan, even the large clans in the Swallow Mountain County's county city and the county governor's estate might not possess this martial skill. So, he was extremely curious as to why Duan Lingtian would possess this martial skill. You saw wrongly. The defensive martial skill I used was not Stellar Transposition, but Greater Teleportation. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian roughly explained the principle of Greater Teleportation to Xiao Yu. It's indeed slightly different, but it's a different approach that achieves the same result. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh. Meanwhile, Meng Quan had already retrieved an iron rod from the weapon rack at the side of the drill grounds and was executing the 1,000 Shadow Rod to battle the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers. Bang! With a sweep of the rod, a 9th level body tempering stage enemy kingdom soldier was blasted flying. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. A 9th level body tempering stage enemy kingdom soldier forcefully pounced forward, withstanding Meng Quan's rod strike, and firmly grasped onto the iron rod in Meng Quan's hand. Don't worry about me, kill him. The enemy kingdom soldier's face was hideous, and his mouth flowed with miserable blood as he cried out in grief. The other 8 enemy kingdom soldiers had tears in their eyes as they madly pounced towards Meng Quan, who had no rod to use. Meng Quan! Duan Lingtian's expression changed. Ah! Meng Quan also realized the danger, and with an explosive shout, he lifted up the enemy kingdom soldier along with his rod and smashed it down towards one of the enemy kingdom soldiers that pounced at him. Bang! 2 lives with 1 rod strike. Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. In the end, Meng Quan finally passed the test with great difficulty. Meng Quan, you've already passed the test, why do you seem to not be happy in the slightest? Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Quan, who had a heavy expression, and was slightly puzzled. Duan Lingtian, tell me, should I really kill them? That enemy kingdom soldier would rather die than grab my weapon, just for the sake of allowing his companions to obtain freedom. Meng Quan's gaze was complicated as he sighed. That person is indeed worthy of respect. Xiao Yu nodded heavily as well. You killed him to protect yourself. If you fight them, it's either you die or they die. You don't have to feel burdened in your heart. Duan Lingtian patted Meng Quan's shoulder as he consoled him. The genius camp test continued like a raging fire. Later on, there were still some young geniuses that were killed, but overall, it was much better than the beginning. Now, the youths present could be considered to have experienced a true storm of blood. They no longer had any burden when they entered the battlefield to slaughter. Number 163. The youth that entered the battlefield this time was around the age of 18. He wore a vermilion robe and held a sheathed sword in his hand. As soon as he attacked, he attracted the gazes of everyone present. Above him, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed. Obviously, he was a 4th-level core formation martial artist. He was also the 3rd 4th-level core formation martial artist to participate in the Genius Camp test up until now. The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers had just entered the battlefield and hadn't even had the time to stand still. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, a red stream of light flashed past the enemy soldiers. One could vaguely hear overlapping sword howls rising and falling, clang. The clear sound of a sharp sword entering its sheath sounded out. The youth's figure appeared, but he had arrived at the other side of the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers. Bang! 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 The 10 enemy kingdom soldiers maintained their original postures as they crashed onto the ground. Scorching fresh blood sprayed out from their throats, dazzling and resplendent. Good. This scene caused Xiao Qing-shan, the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, to be unable to refrain from cheering out loud. His eyes shone as he was delighted to see a hunter. What's your name? Su Li, the red-robed youth, nodded slightly modestly to Xiao Qing-shan. As expected, the crowd was once again in an uproar. F***K, this Su Li is the true freak. I haven't even seen his movements clearly and he's already killed all these enemy kingdom soldiers. Too terrifying. I haven't even had the time to see what his sword looks like. I think his strength is even stronger than Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang. I think so too. Yu Xiang's expression was unsightly when he heard these discussions. But when he looked at the red-robed Su Li in the distance, his eyes still emitted slight fear. Although he wasn't willing to admit it. Needless to say, Su Li was indeed stronger than him. No. Not only stronger than him. As far as he was concerned. Even the number 1 youth in the county city, Tan Rui, was far from being as terrifying as this person. I never imagined that there would be such a freak amongst the young geniuses that came to participate in the Genius Camp test this time. Meng Quan exclaimed in a low voice. What a swift sword. Xiao Yu's expression was serious. Su Li, Duan Lingtian gazed at the red-robed youth in the distance and a trace of surprise flashed within his eyes. Earlier, he vaguely caught sight of Su Li's movements. Su Li's movement technique was undoubtedly a high-grade profound rank movement technique. Moreover, it had already been cultivated to the perfection stage. If he were to go against Su Li unless he exerted his full strength and erupted with a strength comparable to the 5th level of the core formation stage. Chapter 103. Besides speed, Su Li's sword skill was extremely terrifying as well. At least, Duan Lingtian could be sure of one thing. In terms of speed, Su Li's sword skill was even comparable to the sword drawing arts. The sword drawing arts could only display the might of a high-grade profound rank sword skill under the premise of taking the opponent by surprise. Su Li's sword skill was a true high-grade profound rank sword skill. Moreover, it was obviously one of the top sword skills amongst high-grade profound rank sword skills. The accompanying sword shadow that I passed down to Li Shishir is slightly inferior to his sword skill. I'm afraid that only Kuth's frozen sword can compare to it. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Ku'er's Frozen Sword was a Mystic-class high-tier sword skill that came with the top-tier skill, Hanbing's God Sword technique. It was also the foundation for the subsequent profound sword skills recorded in the Hanbing's God Sword technique. It was extremely impressive. Unless I use my full strength or cultivate Spirit Serpent movement technique to the perfection stage, it's extremely difficult to defeat Su Li. Duan Tian took a deep breath as a trace of battle intent flashed within his eyes. Along with the passage of time, dusk gradually approached. At this moment, the Genius Camp test was approaching its end. After Su Li, although there were many third-level core formation young geniuses that were extremely extraordinary, they were still inferior to Su Li, number 237. Following the captain's words, a youth that was robust like a bull walked out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky. Duan Tian, who was originally slightly drowsy, became alert as he looked at the robust youth. This person isn't simple. Xiao Yu's expression was serious, as he obviously noticed this as well. At this moment, 10 enemy kingdom soldiers followed him onto the field and pounced towards the robust youth. Hua! The robust youth's body shook. Instantly, 6 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, 4th level of the core formation stage. Another 4th level core formation stage martial artist. Many people in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The expressions of the 10 enemy kingdom soldiers that flew out changed greatly. At this moment, the robust youth had already approached the 2nd level core formation soldier. Slap! With a single slap, the other party was knocked unconscious. That was not all. He reached out and picked up the enemy soldier's body as easily as picking up a feather. He used the soldier as a weapon and threw it at the remaining 9 enemy soldiers. 9 enemy soldiers were sent flying by him one after another, they were all killed without exception. The enemy soldiers in the sturdy youth's hands who were used as weapons had long been badly mutilated. Although there was still some movement in the body, even the gods would not be able to save him. Suddenly, the sturdy youth raised his hand and tossed the enemy soldier into the air. Whoosh! His leg struck out like lightning. Crack! The enemy soldier's body was kicked into the air, and he fell to the ground with a loud crash, no longer breathing. The drill ground fell into a dead silence. Oh! Good, good! The vice commander of the Iron Blood Army, Qiao Qingshan, laughed. The youths that had come to participate in the Genius Camp examination this year had truly brought him a great surprise. Especially this young man in front of him, he was simply a fighting machine. If they were on the battlefield, they would definitely be able to slaughter everyone. What's your name? Qiao Qingshan asked. Reporting to Lord Vice Commander, I'm called Tian Hu. The sturdy youth cupped his hands towards Qiao Qingshan and said respectfully. Tian Hu, you're very good. Qiao Qingshan smiled as he nodded and wasn't stingy with his praise. Instantly, the remaining 100+ youths on the drill ground looked at Tian Hu with faces full of envy and jealousy. This Tian Hu is very strong. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused. I never imagined that so many freaks would appear in this year's Genius Camp examination. Meng Quan laughed bitterly. At the same time that Meng Quan sighed with emotion, many people were sighing with emotion as well. So many dark horses actually appeared in this year's Genius Camp examination, for 4th level core formation young geniuses. What a surprise. Yeah, if it was in the past years, even if only one 4th level core formation martial artist appeared, it would already be enough to surprise everyone. But this time, 4 people directly appeared. Especially that Duan Lingtian. His current strength might be inferior to Su Li and Tian Hu, but he's still young. Once he grows to Su Li and Tian Hu's age, he will surely be even more terrifying. All these words were heard by Yu Xiang. A trace of a cold light flashed within Yu Xiang's eyes, and he revealed killing intent. Once he grows to Su Li and Tian Hu's age, he will surely be even more terrifying. The corners of Yu Xiang's mouth revealed a cold smile. That would require him to be able to live until then. It's almost over. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart, and his gaze once again descended onto the drill ground. Another 10+ youths died behind him, but there were also another 10+ youths that passed the examination. Meanwhile, the Genius Camp examination had completely ended. The captain returned to the side of the Iron Blood Army's vice commander, Chao Qing-shan, and said a few words in a light voice. Chao Qing-shan took a step forward and looked at the group of youths that seemed to have matured in a single day. He slowly said, "First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the Genius Camp examination. Needless to say, this year's Genius Camp examination exceeded my expectations. Besides the number of people that passed being much more than the previous years, the strength of a few people even shocked me." Everyone present knew who Chao Qing-shan was talking about. For a moment, the gazes of most people were divided into 4 directions. Their gazes fell onto Duanling Tian, Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang. These 4 people were absolute dark horses. Tonight, all of you can party to your heart's content. Starting tomorrow, all of you will become members of the Genius Camp. In the next year, you won't have such good treatment. Although all of you are very outstanding, but according to my past experience, after a year, the number of you that will survive will not exceed 10. After Chao Qing-shan finished speaking, he dismissed the youths present. After a year, the number of people that will survive will not exceed 10. None of the youths that left the Iron Blood Army's campsite doubted Chao Qing-shan's words. Chao Qing-shan, as the vice commander of the Iron Blood Army. In these past few years, he had witnessed countless people die during the Genius Camp's training. His words contained an extremely high amount of gold. Not more than 10 people. I did a rough count just now, and the number of youths that passed the Genius Camp examination is 98. Meng Quan couldn't help but click his tongue. "You're really bored, even counting this." Duanling Tian shook his head and laughed. "Let's eat and drink well tonight. After tomorrow, we won't have such a chance in the next year." Xiao Yu said. "Yes, we'll open our stomachs tonight and have a good meal." Meng Quan grinned. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Duanling Tian took the lead and walked towards the restaurant. That night, after eating and drinking to their heart's content, Duanling Tian and the other 2 went around the Iron Blood City's night market before returning to the inn. After Duanling Tian returned to his room, he cultivated until late at night and slowly fell asleep. He was looking forward to the Genius Camp's training. In another street's inn, there was a spacious room that was brightly lit. "Brother, I'm sorry." Yu Xiang lowered his head. Opposite Yu Xiang stood a young man around the age of 25. The young man wore casual clothes and had a similar appearance to Yu Xiang. But at this moment, his eyes flickered with a trace of a ghastly sheen that seemed to be mixed with rage and killing intent. "This matter has nothing to do with you, so you don't have to blame yourself." The young man was precisely Yu Hong, Yu Xiang's older brother. "Brother, it's all because of that Duanling Tian. If it wasn't for him, I wouldn't have fought with him and wouldn't have attracted the vice commander." Yu Xiang's eyes emitted killing intent. "Don't worry, as long as he enters the Genius Camp, I have ways to kill him." Yu Hong clenched his fists tightly and raging origin energy swept out, under extreme rage. Above him, 11 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 8th level of the core formation stage. "Brother, didn't that Wang Mang say that you wanted to avoid arousing suspicion?" Yu Xiang was stunned. "I do want to avoid arousing suspicion." Yu Hong's eyes flickered and a sneer appeared on the corners of his mouth. "But 2 of the centurions in charge of the Genius Camp's training are my best friends. At that time, as long as I get them to slightly trip him up, that Duanling Tian would be hard-pressed to not die." "Great!" Yu Xiang's face revealed an expression of wild joy. Within the largest tent of the Iron Blood Army's campsite. "Qing Shan, I heard that a few good saplings came to the Genius Camp this time." The refined middle-aged man that sat at the head looked at the robust middle-aged man below him and revealed a warm smile. "Yes, Commander." Chao Qing-shan nodded, and the joy on his face was difficult to conceal. "To be able to make Qing-shan happy until now, I'm slightly curious. Tell me in detail." The refined middle-aged man lightly smiled as his interest was piqued. Probably no one would have imagined that the Iron Blood Army's commander, who was cold and emotionless on the battlefield, would secretly take off his armor and become such a refined and extraordinary middle-aged man that looked more like a scholar. Yes. Qiao Qingshan respectfully replied. Among the four of them, the first one I heard of was Yu Xiang, the younger brother of Decurion Yu Hong. However, although this Yu Xiang's strength isn't bad, he's a mediocre person and it's difficult for him to have great accomplishments. When Qiao Qingshan mentioned Yu Xiang, he didn't take it seriously. Isn't Yu Hong a centurion? The refined middle-aged man was stunned. After that, he heard Qiao Qingshan's explanation and understood the whole story, and his face couldn't help but sink as he grunted in a low voice. This Yu Hong is too presumptuous. How can the Iron Blood Army allow him to abuse his authority for personal gain? So, I gave him a chance out of consideration for the military merits he's made these past few years. If he doesn't repent, I can only expel him from the Iron Blood Army. Qiao Qingshan continued. You handled this matter very well. That Duan Lingtian is the second person you noticed? The refined middle-aged man asked curiously. That's right. Qiao Qingshan nodded. This Duan Lingtian should be less than 17 years old, but he's neither servile nor overbearing. Facing the murderous aura that I deliberately released, he didn't move at all. I suspect that although he's young, he's already killed many people. Less than 17 years old, killed many people? The refined middle-aged man was stunned. Yes. Later on, in order to prove my guess, I deliberately observed him for a while. In the end, I discovered that he was completely different from the other youths when facing the tragic massacre on the drill ground. He didn't move at all, and from the beginning to the end, he just looked at them coldly. It's hard to imagine that a 16-year-old youth can actually achieve this. Chapter 104. Early the next morning, at the Iron Blood Army's campsite, 98 youths from all over the Swallow Mountain County gathered together once again. After a night of rest, all of them were in high spirits. Everything that happened yesterday had been completely overturned, a new chapter had begun. Very quickly, the Chiliarch that was in charge of the Genius Camp exam yesterday brought along 5 young generals as he walked over. As soon as the Chiliarch appeared, he went straight to the point. First of all, congratulations on passing the exam and becoming a member of the Genius Camp. I'm the Iron Blood Army's Chiliarch, Yang De, and I'm in charge of organizing this year's Genius Camp training. Normally, the 5 centurions behind me will act as your instructors and lead you in training. Now, you can freely divide yourselves into 5 groups, and each group can't exceed 20 people. Yang De continued. Instantly, the group of young geniuses on the drill ground started moving. Even more people rushed towards the 4 directions. There was a person standing in each of the 4 directions. Duan Lingtian, Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang. Obviously, in their opinion, hugging the thighs of Duan Lingtian's group of 4 was the wisest choice. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Meng Quan stood on the spot without moving. Around them, over 20 people quickly gathered. In the end, with the intervention of the 5 centurions, only 20 people remained in Duan Lingtian's group. Su Li, Tian Hu, and Yu Xiang's group were the same. Only the other 18 people stood at the side with bitter smiles, feeling slightly disappointed and helpless. Alright, now that you've been divided into groups. Next, I'll briefly introduce the rules of the next year's training. In the first round of training, every group will face a different challenge. It will last for 3 months, and only the fittest will survive until half of the people are eliminated. In other words, after 3 months, only half of the people in each group will survive. Yang De slowly said. As soon as Yang De finished speaking, the eyes of the 18 young geniuses that were isolated in one group lit up. Huh. So it's like that. Looks like our luck isn't bad. At least our group doesn't have an abnormal person. That's right, they're going to be in trouble, especially the 2 groups that Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang are in. Duan Lingtian will definitely help his 2 companions. In other words, out of the 17 people, only 7 will survive the first round of training. Ha ha ha. Yu Xiang's group is even more unlucky. There are 4 people from the Yu clan around Yu Xiang. As for the other 15 people, only 5 can survive. It was different from the joy of these youths. The youths from the other 4 groups all had unnatural expressions on their faces. Especially Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang's groups. These youths all had ugly expressions. F*CK. Why did I choose Duan Lingtian's group? Forget it, we're pretty lucky. Those who chose Yu Xiang's group are the unlucky ones. F*CK. Why did I choose Yu Xiang's group? I'm too unlucky. Yeah, even Duan Lingtian's group is better than this group. When Yu Xiang heard the discussions that entered his ears, his face sank and he shouted in a low voice, "If you think Duan Lingtian's group is better, then get the hell over there." Instantly, the surrounding youths all went silent. They didn't dare offend Yu Xiang now. If Yu Xiang had a problem with them, then they would really be dead. Now, there are 5 groups of people. Each group is a small squad. They will be led by a centurion as their instructor and will begin the first round of training that will last for 3 months. Yang Da's voice sounded out once more. The group that Su Li was in was called Squad 1. The group that Tian Hu was in was called Squad 2. The group that Duan Lingtian was in was called Squad 3. The group that Yu Xiang was in was called Squad 4. The last group was called Squad 5. The 5 centurions stood separately in front of each small team. From today onwards, I'm the instructor of your Squad 3. My name is Fan Jian. A centurion around the age of 30 with a medium build stood in front of Duan Lingtian's group as he spoke loudly. Despicable. A few of the youths were stunned. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. This centurion's name really had character. Pooh! Instantly, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is it very funny? Fan Jian's face sank as he shouted in a stern voice. Instantly, the entire squad quieted down. Follow me, we'll walk to the Dawnshroud mountain range. Fan Jian shouted in a low voice as he led the group out of the Iron Blood Army camp. At this moment, the youths of the other 4 squads followed along with their instructors. The group of youths from the Genius camp followed behind the 5 instructors as they left Iron Blood City and headed towards the Dawnshroud mountain range. At the beginning, the group of youths that ran out were still talking and laughing, but when it was noon, they didn't have the energy to chat anymore. All of them were hungry and thirsty. Instructor, where are we going for lunch? A youth from Squad 3 couldn't help but ask. Humph. There's no lunch. If you want to eat, wait until we reach the Dawnshroud mountain range and settle it yourself. According to our current speed, we'll reach the Dawnshroud mountain range at the very least in the evening. All of you better be more spirited. Fan Jian snorted coldly. What? We're going to run until the evening? The youths were dumbfounded. They had only run for half the morning, but they were already tired and hungry. If they ran until the evening, wouldn't they be completely exhausted? Duan Lingtian, aren't you tired? Squad 3 was at the back of the group of youths. The 3 youths followed unhurriedly. Meng Quan wiped the sweat on his forehead as he asked. Now, even Xiao Yu was slightly out of breath, only Duan Lingtian's expression didn't change. Duan Lingtian had a smile at the corners of his mouth. Tired? Not to mention, this bit of training was child's play to him in his previous life. In this life, his body was even stronger. Even if he ran for a day and a night, he wouldn't feel tired. Meng Quan, your breathing is too messy. Inhale every 3 steps, exhale every 2 steps, maintain the rhythm. Try it. Duan Lingtian smiled and taught Meng Quan the secret. Meng Quan did as he was told. After a while, his complexion returned to normal. His sweat also stopped, and he felt refreshed. It's really useful. Meng Quan's eyes lit up. Xiao Yu was somewhat surprised. He couldn't help but do as he was told. He realized that he really didn't feel that tired and out of breath anymore. He looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. He realized. The more he understood Duan Lingtian, the more shocked he was. Duan Lingtian, I really admire you. Meng Quan sighed. Very soon, someone noticed Duan Lingtian and the other two. Although their speed was not slow, their expressions did not change. They were all dumbfounded. Even the 5 instructors were slightly moved. Humph. Yu Xiang's breathing also began to quicken. When he noticed Duan Lingtian's state, his face sank. Even Su Li and Tian who looked deeply at Duan Lingtian. Now, other than the 5 instructors, only Duan Lingtian and the other 2 seemed to be leisurely strolling. It didn't seem like they were running at all. The sun was setting. When they saw a continuous mountain range appear in front of them, other than Duan Lingtian and the other 2, the other teenagers, including Su Li, Tianhu, and Yu Xiang, couldn't help but sigh in relief. We're here so soon. Sigh, it's really not a challenge. Meng Quan said as if he was asking for a beating. Immediately, it attracted many people's disdainful gazes. Stop. Very soon, the 5 instructors looked at each other and shouted at the same time. The 5 groups of youths all stopped. Some of the youths even bent down and fiercely gasped for breath. They could finally rest. Very soon, they were all stunned again. The 5 instructors searched them one by one and took away all the matches that were used to ignite the fire on their bodies. Slightly interesting. Duan Lingtian thought of something and the corners of his mouth held a smile. The 5 drill masters gathered a pile of torches, put them together, and burned them all. Instructors, this is. Some of the youths were puzzled. Now, the captain is already waiting for all of you at the entrance of the Dawnshroud Mountain Range. Whoever among you is the first to arrive at the Dawnshroud Mountain Range will be able to obtain a fire starter from the captain. That will affect whether you eat raw meat or cooked meat at night. One of the instructors slowly spoke. Before long, the group of youths seemed to have been jolted awake from a dream, and they didn't care about resting as they madly dashed forward. Above the sky, numerous ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. In next to no time, only Duan Lingtian's group of 3 remained, and they unhurriedly walked forward. Duan Lingtian's expression was calm, but Xiao Yu and Meng Quan who were beside him had puzzled expressions. Duan Lingtian, aren't we going to snatch it? Meng Quan asked. If we don't have a fire starter, then we'll have to eat raw meat in the following days. Xiao Yu laughed bitterly. Who said that a fire starter must have a fire starter? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Not to mention that he had a fire starter in his spatial ring. Even if he didn't use one, he still had many ways to easily start a fire. 4 of the 5 instructors ran away. Only the instructor of Duan Lingtian's group, Fan Jian, remained. He glanced at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and frowned, but didn't say anything. How do we start a fire without a fire starter? Meng Quan was curious. Forget it, we probably won't be able to catch up now. At most, when we need a fire starter, we'll borrow one from the person who has it. Xiao Yu shook his head and didn't really believe Duan Lingtian's words. The 3 of them slowly walked forward and arrived at the entrance of the Dawnshroud Mountain Range. Only then did they realize that only Captain Yang De and the other 4 Centurion instructors remained. The other youths had vanished without a trace. What's going on? Yang De frowned as he looked at Fan Jian who was following behind Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Captain, they didn't seem to care about a fire starter, so I didn't force them. Fan Jian said as a matter of course. Yang De glanced at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 and shook his head. Forget it, you 3 go hunt wild beasts now and prepare your own dinner. Duan Lingtian nodded and entered the Dawnshroud Mountain Range with Meng Quan and Xiao Yu. They probably have the intention of borrowing a fire starter from someone else. Fan Jian grunted in a low voice as he glanced at the backs of Duan Lingtian's group of 3. Then they might be out of luck. Yang Da's gaze was strange. Fan Jian looked at Yang Da with a puzzled expression. Captain, why do you say that? Huh. Fan Jian, do you know who obtained a fire starter? Another centurion asked with a smile. Who? Fan Jian was slightly curious. Chapter 105. In the sky above the Sunset Mountain Range, the sun gradually set and disappeared into the other side of the mountain range. Maybe this Sunset Mountain Range got its name because of this. Duan Tian looked at the scene in the sky and his heart slightly moved. This Sunset Mountain Range should be similar to the Misty Forest. There should be many wild beasts and fierce beasts. After we enter, we must be careful. Duan Tian said to Xiao Yu and Meng Quan who were beside him. The two nodded. Let's go. Duan Tian's figure flashed as he strode out. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan also executed their movement techniques and followed like shadows. After entering the Sunset Mountain Range, one could see 3 forks in the road. Duan Tian and the other two chose one and found that there were 5 more forks in the road. It was simply like a maze. A whoa! A wolf's howl tore through the sky, deafening everyone. Duan Tian turned his head to look. A completely black wolf with crimson eyes was pouncing out from the bushes at the side. It opened its bloody mouth and bit towards him. You overestimate yourself. Duan Tian raised his eyebrows and the muscles on his right arm bulged. Whoosh! He swung his right arm and swung it towards the wolf's chest. A strong wind swept in all directions. Bang! A loud sound accompanied by the wolf's sorrowful cry came to an abrupt end. The wolf's internal organs were shattered by Duan Tian. It struggled on the ground for a few moments before completely losing all signs of life, dead. I didn't expect the prey to deliver itself to me. Meng Quan walked over with a smile and carried the wolf's corpse on his shoulder. Let's go back. Duan Tian observed the surroundings for a while and said. The 3 of them left the Sunset Mountain Range. On the way, they met some youths who also carried their prey back and gathered at the entrance of the Sunset Mountain Range. Many people were already cleaning up the corpses of their prey. Someone hit a tiger, someone hit a goshawk, someone hit a wild leopard. Duan Tian and the other 2 found an open space and placed the wolf's corpse on the ground. Meng Quan casually pulled out a dagger from his boots and stabbed it into the wolf's corpse, cleaning it up. After a short while, Meng Quan shaved off all of the wolf's fur and threw its innards to the side. Meng Quan, you're quite skilled. Duan Tian was a little surprised. Hee, I used to sleep in the dense fog forest often. Sometimes, I would stay for a month, so I had to get something to eat. However, now that the meat is ready, where are we going to find fire? Meng Quan chuckled. He seemed to be in a difficult position as he spoke. Suddenly, Xiao Yu frowned and looked into the distance. Look! Duan Tian and Meng Quan looked over. They saw groups of 3 to 5 youths in the genius camp. Other than the people of their 3rd squad, almost all of them had lit up a bonfire. Yu Xiang, can you lend us the fire starter? Someone from the 3rd squad went over to borrow the fire starter. Is it Yu Xiang who obtained the fire starter? Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's expressions were somewhat ugly. If I'm not mistaken, you're on the same team as Duan Tian. Both of you are from Squad 3, right? Yu Xiang asked the youth who wanted to borrow the fire. Yes. The youth nodded. Lending the fire to the other members of the 3rd squad is a small matter, but I'll say the ugly words first. If I find out who dares to lend the fire to Duan Tian, you can forget about using fire in the future. Yu Xiang's eyes narrowed into a line, a cold light faintly discernible. It's not easy for everyone, we've been hungry for an entire day. Yu Xiang, what do you think? The youth was somewhat hesitant. Just based on what you said. I won't lend the fire to the people of your 3rd squad. Yu Xiang coldly snorted, then looked at his own squad and the youths of the other 3 squads. The fire you're using right now is the fire you borrowed from me. I'll say this first, If any of you dares to lend the fire to anyone in the third squad, don't even think about borrowing fire from me in the future. At this moment, Yu Xiong had a smug expression of, I have fire, I'm the biggest. Yu Xiong, don't worry, we're not ungrateful people. That's right, we promise not to lend the fire to the third squad. Instantly, other than the third squad, the other squads all expressed their stance. You, the youth who borrowed the fire was so angry that his face was completely red. What about me? Scram! Yu Xiong glared at the youth. The youth was so frightened that he retreated 2 steps, returning to the side of the third squad. At this moment, the group of people in the third squad were glaring at the youth like tigers eyeing their prey. Lo Cheng, you still have the face to come back? Originally you'd already borrowed the fire, but because you meddled in other people's business and went to care about that Duan Lingtian, now great, our third squad doesn't have any fire to use. Duan Lingtian is right there, I'm curious if he'll be grateful to you for what you've done. Lo Cheng was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that he would be isolated because of this, and for a moment his eyes turned red, glistening with tears. What, you still want to cry horse piss? Take your prey and scram. A youth threw a dissected wild boar to Lo Cheng. You, how can you all be so selfish? Lo Cheng hugged the wild boar, his breathing becoming somewhat hurried. Very quickly, Lo Cheng realized that the group of youths from the third squad who had wanted to reason with him suddenly shut their mouths, as if they had seen something terrifying. Paw! At this time, he discovered a strong hand on his shoulder. He turned his head and saw the youth in purple standing behind him, smiling at him. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled and asked, You're Lo Cheng. Duan Lingtian had a good impression of this youth who was willing to fight for a fire source for a stranger like him. Yes. Lo Cheng was somewhat nervous and somewhat restrained. Don't be nervous, since they don't welcome you, you can come with us in the future, Duan Lingtian called out to Lo Cheng, and returned to Xiao Yu and Meng Quan's side. Xiao Yu. Meng Quan. Xiao Yu and Meng Quan nodded and smiled at Lo Cheng. Hello, I'm Lo Cheng. Lo Cheng's face was somewhat rosy, and he looked very much like a young girl. Not far away. Humph. This Lo Cheng's luck is really good, he actually got the support of Duan Lingtian. So what if he got the support of Duan Lingtian, doesn't he still have to eat raw meat? Damn it. This time, we've really been screwed over by Lo Cheng. The expressions of the youths of Squad 3 were extremely unsightly. On the other side, how do you think Duan Lingtian's dinner will be settled? Chiliarch Yangda watched this scene from afar and asked the 5 centurions sitting in a circle as he roasted the bonfire. I heard that he wasn't afraid in front of the vice commander, so he should go and snatch Yu Xiong's fire starter, right? Humph. If he forcefully snatches it, he might not be a match for Yu Xiong. Right. Moreover, do you think the others won't help Yu Xiong? Including Su Li and Tian Hu, they all received Yu Xiong's kindness this time. Otherwise, where would they get the fire from? The 5 centurions discussed animatedly, and no one looked favorably upon Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's group of 4 sat together in a circle. Duan Lingtian, now that the fire starter is in Yu Xiong's hands, and the others have already expressed that they won't lend the fire to us. What are we going to do about our dinner tonight? After running all day, I'm already hungry. Meng Quan rubbed his dry and flat stomach and had a bitter smile on his face. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian as well. How about I go again, and beg Yu Xiong? Lo Cheng said with a red face. In the next moment, he noticed that Duan Lingtian's group of 3 were looking at him with burning gazes. I won't go. Lo Cheng lowered his head. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian suddenly stood up. Under the puzzled gazes of Xiao Yu, Meng Quan, and Lo Cheng, Duan Lingtian walked towards the other youths of Squad 3. The group of youths looked as if they were about to face a great enemy. Don't be nervous. Duan Lingtian smiled, and his eyes focused as he looked at the pile of firewood surrounded by the group of people. You don't need this firewood anymore, right? The youths looked at each other, and no one made a sound. Since you don't want it, then I'll take it. Duan Lingtian unceremoniously picked up the pile of firewood and returned to the side of Xiao Yu's group of 3. We don't have a fire starter, why do you need this firewood? Meng Quan had a puzzled expression. Who said that you can't start a fire without a fire starter? Duan Lingtian deliberately raised his voice. For a moment, everyone, including Captain Yang De and the few centurions, looked at Duan Lingtian with interest. Deliberately mystifying. I want to see how you'll start a fire without a fire starter. Yu Xiang snorted coldly and raised his voice as he mocked. You're so sure? Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Xiang and suddenly laughed. Of course. Yu Xiang gave tit for tat. Then how about we make a bet? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed, and he still had a smile on his face. What do you want to bet? Yu Xiang's brows raised. There's no point in betting on anything else. Let's bet that whoever loses will take off all their clothes and walk around the entrance of the Dawnshroud mountain range 10 times, how about it? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. What? Yu Xiang was stunned. The others were also stunned. This bet was too ruthless. Duan Lingtian, Meng Quan looked at Duan Lingtian and was stunned. What, you don't dare? Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Xiang, and the corners of his mouth held a wisp of a cold smile as he grunted. If you don't have the guts, then keep a low profile in the future and don't bark like a dog. So noisy. Yu Xiang's face flushed red, and he said angrily, why wouldn't I dare? All right, I promise you. Very good, I hope you won't go back on your word when the time comes. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed. I'm worried that you'll go back on your word. Captain. Yu Xiang spoke as he stood up and looked into the distance. Is something the matter? Yang De walked over with the 5 centurions. They'd heard the bet between Duan Lingtian and Yu Xiang as well. Captain, this Duan Lingtian wants to make a bet with me. I hope you can be a witness, so that he won't go back on his word after he loses. Yu Xiang looked at Yang De and said word by word. Yu Xiang is too ruthless to actually let Captain be the witness of this bet. With Captain here, even if this Duan Lingtian loses, he won't dare to go back on his word. Duan Lingtian has really shot himself in the foot this time. I'm looking forward to the appearance of Duan Lingtian running around naked, ha 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 ha, I'm looking forward to it too. However, this Duan Lingtian seems to be only 16 years old. I reckon that his hair isn't even fully grown, so there's nothing to see. The group of youths discussed animatedly.